Well, the start of the Houston Challenge, the USA Invitational 11 up against the MLC East. First delivery. Some immediate inward movement by Cornet Dry, the bowler for the East. Up against the two openers, Xavier Marshall and Dominique Ricky for the USA men's team. Well, just over the man at slip. And it just runs into the boundary. So first runs off the bat for the USA Invitational 11. Bit of fortune, some steep bounce. Xavier Marshall, though, does like to deal in boundaries. So getting that variable bounce Cornet Dry early on. Supposed to be a very exciting week of cricket. So Dry, just the one boundary conceded. Has operated around that good length. Has seen that steep bounce. Now follows it up with a brilliant Yorker. Almost into the pads of Xavier Marshall. Ends the first over with a dot. And at the end of the first, 4 for none. If you're now joining us, welcome into the USA Invitational 11 up against the MLC East. First game of this Houston Challenge 50 over contest. Dominique Ricky At the other end for the USA men's team, he will face his first delivery, face Justin Dill. Team led by Dane Pete won the toss. The East elected to bowl first. Just some sluggish bounce early on. A delayed start, of course, because of a pretty damp outfield as well as a damp surface. Nate Hayes alongside me. Nate, good morning to you.
Good morning, Nikhil. It's great to join you. It's actually a very comfortable day right now, but it's supposed to get a lot hotter soon, so I'm enjoying it while it lasts.
Just a quick look at the teams for the USA Invitational. Xavier Marshall, Dominic Ricky opening the batting. Playing a miss outside the off stump. Pretty interesting 11 though for the USA team. Aaron Jones also with his leadership. Gajadan Singh. Very strong 11, Nate, in terms of this USA team. Will pose a challenge for the East.
Absolutely. The East have plenty of youngsters on the team, and it'll definitely be a test for them, and it'll be a test for Dane Pete's captaincy as well. He just recently joined the Morrisville Cardinals as likely the captain there.
First runs off the bat for Ricky. Yeah, and in terms of the East team, a lot of players that you would be very familiar with, as you said, led by Dane Pete. Cornet Dry as well there with his experience. But definitely one of the stronger teams sort of in this tournament. Really excited to see what they can produce.
I think all of the teams are pretty strong. This team has a lot of youngsters in the team. Adi Gupta is not in the team today, but Abraham Bolaseti is.
Again, getting some of that movement in and a chance of a run out as well. Had to pull out the dive, Xavier Marshall.
And you'll know Justin Dill from making the finals with the New Jersey Stallions in minor league cricket this year. As you were commenting that game.
Yeah, Dill has really, acclimatized himself in the United States in terms of playing at a lot of the leagues for the Samp Army, and then obviously, as you said, in the minor league. Looks to have all the makings for pretty strong seamer. Just conceded 3 runs in this first over. What do you think is going to be the goal, though, Nate, of these teams, across these 7 days of cricket? Because the quality you expect with the high-level opposition to be immense. What's the goals for these teams competing?
I think USA is going to want to really show, their best. I think they're going to want to give their best in preparation for the CWC League 2.
After we roll that one, Dill.
And I think there's there are plenty of major league cricketers here that want to prove themselves amongst themselves. There are some names that are a little better known than others, and I think everybody wants to make a name for themselves against the very best.
So interesting field for Dill. Just the man out at the fine leg boundary. Marshall shoulders that one to finish the over. Just 8 from the first 2. Pretty steady start for both teams. 8 for none. And Nate, just in between overs now that you have the time, for those viewers at home who may be just stumbling across this and not wondering what this initiative is all about, explain it to us, the next 7 days of cricket.
Well, this is probably going to be the best, or probably the best domestic cricket in the country for the year. These are major league, salary players. They're paid by Major League Cricket to be here and to play professional cricket and to raise the standard all around the country. And this is the first time that all of them have been together. Most of them, almost all of them, have been together, playing against each other and against Team USA. And this will help prepare USA for a very busy ODI and T20 summer.
Yeah, well, almost like an international series when you look at sort of the caliber, the talent. I mean, you look at someone like Dane Pete, the captain for this East team, obviously playing the 9 test matches. Smith Patel playing a lot of quality cricket in India, as well as Milind Kumar.
Right.
So there will be that, as you said, competitive edge between the teams in this tournament, and a great mode of preparation for a USA team with such a busy year ahead. The Netherlands.
Right. In May, we have UAE versus Scotland in the USA.
Yeah, Scotland, sorry, not Netherlands. Correction.
And in June, we have Oman and Nepal visiting here in the USA. So USA's got a hole to dig themselves out of right now. They kind of didn't do too great in their first half or so of the Cricket World Cup League 2. So they're going to need the home field advantage. They're definitely going to need to win some games.
And of course, in July, the global qualifiers in Zimbabwe from a T20 perspective, looking to qualify for that World Cup. Cornet Dry just continues to get that steep bounce, and we have seen sort of this trend. You look at the 5 days previous to this tournament. The Houston Open was here, and we did see that bounce. Look at it here, Nate. Just Cornet Dry, I think because of his tall build, not a very short delivery, but you can see it passes next to Dominic Ricky's helmet.
Yeah, it rose steeply, that's for sure. He really impressed in minor league cricket last year. He was one of the top handful of bowlers in the whole country.
Again, and anytime you see a batter hit on the glove, it does tell you about that sort of variable bounce. So something to watch early on. You do tend to see that early moisture because of the dew at purview. So that first hour, and actually Mona Patel at the toss, he highlighted that as one of the main things that his batters needed to do. See out that first 10 to 15 overs, the first hour, and then batting becomes a lot easier.
Right, yeah. Especially under this cloud cover here. You can imagine that they don't want to be too risky early on.
Down the ground. Should be a couple of runs for Dominic Ricky.
Yeah, Dominic runs well. He's very fit. He takes his fitness very seriously. Very athletic guy.
Again, steep bounce. Something for Ricky to deal with. Not a very tall man, Dominic Ricky. Ends the third over. 10 for none. Well, as you can see there, Nate, another matchup happening. The MLC West team up against the MLC Central team. So 2 games simultaneously happening in good quality cricket all around.
Yeah, and these teams have been balanced out a little bit. Some of the players from the East actually play in other zones, and some of the teams in the Central play in the West, etc. But they've been balanced out to try to make the tournament a little bit more even, so that every game is good, so that all the role players find a role on their team.
So Dill will continue. Just the 1 over for 4. Looking for that first wicket though, Justin Dill. Also will be a transition, Nate. These players coming off a lot of T20 cricket. Xavier Marshall struck in the process. But a lot of T20 cricket in the first half of this year. So this 50 over challenge will be a good way to see how these players transition into a new format, a longer format as well.
Yeah, I think it's great for everybody. Definitely the major league players want this type of format. They want to play this type of format.
Stumps gone. Justin Dill finally gets one a lot fuller. Seams in, and Dominic Ricky loses his off stump. First strike for the MLC East. Big wicket.
Excellent ball there. Justin Dill, I was talking to him yesterday about his variations. Of course, he has his stock ball, and he has a off cutter, and he also bowls a knuckleball, where he pulls his knuckles into the back of the ball at the height of his action.
So Ricky's short stay at the crease comes to an end, just 3. And an early strike for the MLC East team, 10 for 1. And with that wicket, you see the captain, Monak Patel. So just a look again at that delivery. In terms of from Dill, he was getting that inward movement. You can see there, just straight through the gate of Ricky, and just played with a massive gap between bat and pad. Never a good sign, especially with the ball doing what it's doing in terms of movement.
Yeah, and Monak will have wanted to come in a little later than now, but he's opened plenty of times. He's an experienced batter. He can bat just about anywhere. So let's see if he can bat all day today.
Yeah, such an interesting role for this USA men's team in the 50-over format. As you said, he has opened. But they really have sort of an arsenal when it comes to opening the batting. Stephen Taylor, who we expect to see it during the week for the USA Invitational 11. And he will also have a part to play at the top of the order. But you look at Monak Patel, Xavier Marshall, Dominic Ricky, who we just saw, Stephen Taylor. So many openers across the two formats to juggle.
Right, and Jaskar Malhotra as well.
Exactly. So what it's meant is that Patel has batted at number 3. Malhotra is seen as sort of that finisher in the innings. In the 11 today, Malhotra should bat around 5 or 6.
Yeah, he's really embraced that role lately for USA, and they've needed that. Obviously, with his big 6 sixes in and over against Papua New Guinea.
Well, has he got bat on it? Umpire, though, Roshan Samuels not interested. To the keeper. Down the track. Appeal, but clear. It's sure it came a long way down, so it would have been going down leg. So Dill, just 2 deliveries remaining in this over. 1 leg by. Yeah, they've operated in that channel pretty much throughout the day. I think the bounce is really surprised from both ends. These 2 batters, Xavier Marshall in particular, but he's fighting it out. Marshall usually a very free-flowing player.
he can find himself in a little bit of a hole sometimes. He can dig himself in a little bit of a rut. But yeah, you're right. When he's firing, he really just lets it go.
Asking the question again, Dill, but umpire Samuel's not interested. So just another single from the over. Really good start from the East. Not allowing these two in the middle who are known for attacking that new ball. But it is a very tricky surface to bat on. End of 6, 16 for none. Sorry, 16 for 1, correction. What have you made of the first 6, Nate?
Well, the bowling has been fantastic from the East. This is definitely a very good test for USA. There have been some very close appeals. Yeah, I think it's going really well now for the East. They're going to be a little bit front heavy, I think, with their bowling as far as the talent in the team goes. So USA really needs to weather the storm here.
So, Monat Patel still looking to get off the mark. Trey will have to re-bowl that one. Pretty deep bowling lineup, though, for the East in terms of what's to come. They do have Dan Pete, the captain, of course, who will bowl. Sateja Mukamala, a young player. Leg spinner, right, Nate?
Well, Sai Mukamala is mostly a batsman on this team. But Adi Gupta would be the big leggy on the team, but he's not in the 11 today.
Do you remember seeing Mukamala bowl in that finals weekend? Playing for the Stallions.
Was it? Sai batted for them. I don't believe he bowled in that final, in the minor league final. But Abraham Bolasetti is in the team. He's a U19 fast bowler. He just seems to keep getting quicker and quicker, getting bigger and bigger as well. I believe he's 18 years old, young guy. He's from my neck of the woods, North Carolina, Morrisville, North Carolina. Very popular player in the area there, and everybody's very proud of how he's done. So I'm interested to see where he slots into this bowling attack.
Another delivery. Patel just happy to get under it. At this stage, these two batters, no real risk needed. Remember, 50 over game, a lot of time to bat. So you have that luxury to get in, especially on a tricky surface early on. That run rate is a big issue. I think the wickets call him more important. You can see there, though, that right hand really causing Marshall some problems. He was struck on the hand from corner dry, a steep delivery in the previous over.
Yeah, his ball rises up real quick. It's very impressive to see in person.
Full toss and just out of the reach of Dan Pete. Timed that one well. Monat Patel, I wonder if Pete got a hand on it to just slow it up. Won't get to the boundary, but good effort from Dan Pete. It was actually Xavier Marshall. Oh no, Monat Patel, yeah, they ran 3. Just dipped on him in a bit towards the end. But race to Pete.
I think that was Zahid Zakhail who chased that ball down from Afghanistan. He's got a very interesting story. Came to the USA. He was a translator for the U.S. Army. And obviously the Taliban took over. That was bad news for him. He was taken care of by the U.S. Army, brought to the USA, and then linked up with Major League Cricket.
So you can see Dre searching now for that fuller length, trying to make something happen. Then Pete, the captain, almost had it. Almost had Patel, the previous delivery.
Just off his fingertips there. I think it looked like he even got 2 hands on it, didn't it? The very tips of his fingers, the 2 hands, it looked like from this angle. It'll be interesting to see who bowls next. There are some spinners in this team. Sanjay Krishnamurthy, Cody Chetty. Let's see. Dane Pete also, of course, obviously.
Yeah, Krishnamurti, a big option for this team with his left arm spin. Such a good young player. Probably one of the brightest prospects you have in the United States.
He's been phenomenal. And something that's really underestimated about him is his athleticism. He's a tall string bean. I mean, he's a tall, thin guy. But talking to Bert Cockley, the strength coach for USA, he says he's all tendons. He actually holds the USA record for vertical leap at the moment. I think around 34.5 inches or so. That's nothing to scoff at, you know?
Just the one delivery remaining and dries over. Been a watchful start. This is good though. What you expect from Marshall, an experienced player. Very full off the leading edge will be runs. An easy 2 to close out the over. But Xavier Marshall playing the situation well at this stage. 22 for 1. So the captain, Dane Pete, happy to... Nationals, majority of those for the USA.
In the domestic leagues, he had a great minor league season last year.
Progressive stroke from Manat Patel. Should be an easy 2. So I haven't really been able to find the boundaries early on, but the good thing is that they've been able to run with intensity between the wickets. And Manat Patel, the longer he spends there, you sense the more comfortable he will be at the crease. So if you're now joining us, the USA Invitational 11 up against the MLC East in the first game of this Houston Challenge Series. Manat Patel advancing down the track to try to cut down on that length and make those deliveries into half volleys. You can see how far he's batting outside of his crease. Just trying to outsmart the bowler. Punched through the covers, just be one though. So another really economical over. This first 4 overs, Nate, very cheap from Dill. Just the 8 runs conceded, and it's got a wicket to go with it as well.
Yeah, he's been outstanding, and he was outstanding in minor league cricket last year as well for the New Jersey Stallions. They really counted on him, especially during USA tours when Jesse Singh was away. And, you know, at times he carried the bowling on his...
Because Midoff was up in the circle, so knew what the risk he was taking on was, and a good way to end the over. They were just getting bogged down, the Invitational 11. And yes, didn't get it out the middle, but still 4 in the end. End of 8, 28 for 1.
And let's see if we'll see more from Xavier like that. a little more free-flowing batting from him, like we like to see from Xavier. His stats for USA don't really leave his competition behind. He's kind of right there in the group with everybody else, which is an interesting thing. What tends to happen when you have full member players come and play for associate nations, they don't always blow everyone away like you think they would.
So it looks like we will have a change in bowling. Just the 4 overs from Cornet Dry will have a part to play, you expect, towards the latter half of this innings.
And here comes Abraham Bolisetti into the attack. I was thinking they would go with him first change here.
Definitely going on the leg side, so easy decision for umpire Owen Brown Jr. Yeah, and change of bowling. Interesting move to get Bolisetti into the attack. See with the angle. Decent shout though. You could see a piece of that leg stump, which always tells you you're in with a shout.
Yeah, USA U19 player from Morrisville, North Carolina. Talented future. Promising future for this talented young fast bowler.
Well, Monak Patel, he's not too bothered with the future, dealing in the present. Flashy cover drive, ends on the shoulder. And that's the first real sign of Patel's dominance at the crease. You really felt he was comfortable driving that one, very full, so didn't leave the ball. That was the previous delivery, the LBW.
Yeah, you have to think they're going to take on Bolisetti now and try to make up a little bit of ground here. I think they're going to target him a little bit while the fielders are inside the circle.
So Monak Patel, another quick single, does run really well between the wickets, and for the US Invitational 11, you'll be thinking these two want to bat till even that 20th over. If they can get to there, the USA team will be in a good position. Inside edge, almost onto the stumps of Zaki.
And yeah, so it's great to see him in the middle of things here. He wasn't on the initial roster, so it's good to see him in with some players withdrawing due to injury.
Yeah, much better delivery than where he started for Bolisetti. Pulling back the length, obviously first over. We want to find that rhythm. But yeah, that's what this series is all about, Nate. Giving those younger players an opportunity to display, showcase their talent against that high-level opposition. It will test them.
And it's something minor league cricket has done really well as well, including a mandatory U19 and U21 player in every opportunities that they wouldn't have gotten against good talent. So you can really see cricket has every reason to be on the rise in this country.
Well, this one, down the leg side, he's not going to miss out on that. Xavier Marshall. It's actually Monak Patel, sorry. So in his arc, easy flick. And a good way to end the 9th over. 37 for 1. Dill, though, back into the attack. Just the 4 for dry. Pete, though, happy to give Justin Dill and let him continue. Looking for clearly that second wicket. Then Pete.
Yeah, there are an awful lot of spin options in this team. Not a ton of fast bowling options right now.
And when you look at sort of the USA's Invitational 11, I'm interested to see how their seamers operate on this surface. They are playing with the likes of Sarbdat Chavalka, Rusty Theron, Jasdeep Singh. So they do have that weaponry to exploit what is some good bounce, good carry, this green Prairie 5 track. Good cricket by these two. Haven't really been able to find the boundary with great regularity, but happy to run intensely between the wickets. Always important, Nate, when you're first building that platform.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when they've been, runs have been so difficult to come by so far.
So on PV5, just an update for you. Sorry, PV6. We had a stoppage in play due to some issues with conditions. Just 8 overs in, so you will have a resumption there. But if you're joining us now on the MLC network to watch the East up against the US Invitation 11, East winning the toss, bowling first. Have had that massive Jew factor. Monak Patel though, just stand.
That was a really well played shot. It looked like 4 off the bat, didn't it? It's a shame that they've had to earn their runs the hard way, running between wickets, and they couldn't really get that one to go for 4.
Yeah, much better. Just got a bit too full on that occasion, Dill, and it was easy for Patel. Not a very packed lane to slip the gully. Only man on the boundary, 2 men on the boundary, the third man and a very, very wide third man, as well as a deep fine leg. Marshall over the man at square leg. This time though, the outfield won't stop him. Just has enough on it. And he's been there for a long time, Xavier Marshall, so able to really use that time at the crease to propel his innings. End of the 10th over. And the USA Men's Invitational team going along nicely here. We will have a change of commentary. Nate Rusty Theron will join me.
Yes, good morning, Nick Hill. It's good to be here this morning. The story of the morning so far, it's been tough work out there, but 4.5 to the over, I think. 45 down after 10, the USA would be pretty happy with that. Obviously, a bit of a sporty wicket this morning. Combined with some good bowling by Cornet Dry and Justin Dill up front, has made it tough work for the USA team this morning, but I think they'll be pretty happy given the scenario. And more so, sun just starting to come out now, so they'll be happy to see that. No doubt this wicket will get a little better as it bakes a little bit under this, what's supposed to be a hot sun this afternoon, 30 degrees Celsius, 90 degrees Fahrenheit out here in Houston today. So that'll certainly help the wicket come along a little better as the day goes on.
Yeah, spot on, Rusty. Great to have you, as you said, for these couple of overs. Obviously competing for the USA Invitation 11 in this series. What are you looking to achieve, though, Rusty, as a player, one of the more experienced players in this entire series? What's the goal coming into these 7 days of cricket?
Yeah, I think still early days in the season for most of the players out here. Just watch Abiran coming in here. Just sneaks that one down the leg side. Good young prospect that we mentioned. We'll touch on him a little bit later. But for most guys pretty early in the season here, good opportunity to get out on turf and get some good cricket under the belt at a high standard. I think for the bowlers particularly, getting some overs under the belt, building some good rhythm. Of course, the USA building up towards that World Cricket League 2 series coming up in May. So this is an excellent opportunity to place at a high standard.
The Western Central, of course, in action as well on the PV6 surface.
Yeah, Amber Umbola City. Xavier Marshall often coming at the ball. It just creates a little bit of pace, a little bit of momentum for the batter. Xavier will be a little bit itchy here. His natural game is quite a free one, and that could be beneficial to his teammates as well. If he can just break those shackles and score a few boundaries, that's beneficial, of course. But as I mentioned, a premium on your wicket here. Spend some time out in the middle, and that's going to be most beneficial for your team.
You can see there that still getting some extra bit of bounce. These seamers hitting the batters very high up on the bat, and you can always tell from a good length. That's when you know there is that variable bounce on offer. End of the 11, 52 for 1. And you mentioned, Rusty, in terms of Xavier Marshall, how much does it benefit sort of the USA team having someone like a Marshall, who's obviously one of the more experienced players in this team, spends a bit of time up front on a challenging surface?
Yeah, I definitely think experience matters. I think there's a lot of talented young players out here in the US as well. So for me, crucially, it's more important that those experienced players spend time with these youngsters. One, setting an example of how to go about your business in a tricky situation like this, but two, also spending time with them, having conversations, trying to impart some of that experience and knowledge. And really, for me, the role of ex-international players like Xavier Marshall and a few of our Major League cricketers here is one further than that they might have done previously without the expertise of experienced cricketers around them.
We will have a change in bowling. It will be spin into the attack for the first time today for the East team. I think it's Zahid Zakil. Yeah, it is the left arm spinner from Afghanistan. So early into the attack for him. Interesting move from the captain, Pete.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the two right-handers out there, you'll be quite keen to get left-arm spin into the wicket. And I'll be curious to see how it behaves on this wicket. Generally, a little bit of moisture, it does tend to grip. Can be difficult to face a spin on this wicket, particularly when it's a little bit quicker through the air. Tends to come quickly through the air and just stick on the surface, and really hard to battle your instincts at that point.
Yeah, so two left arm spinners in this East team. Sanjay Krishnamurti, the other one. You would have actually played a lot of minor league cricket with Sanjay Krishnamurti, Rusty.
Yeah, and again on the, so we see this one just lofted over the man at short cover. He may have just creeped in a little bit there, or might have been more to the score. Welcome runs on every occasion when the ball does cross the boundaries. We see just a little bit of flight on that one. Monank Patel, I'd say, drawn into that stroke, so well bowled from the bowler. Don't always get the results you deserve. I'd say I'd give credit to the bowler there, but well done to Monank, keeping his shape and just lofting that one over the man at short extra cover. Yes, Sanjay Krishnamurti, another one of those excellent young prospects for the USA, given an opportunity in Oman towards the latter part of last year. It's good running by the two batters out there. Didn't really seize the opportunity, but I know he was quite a nervous young man. At the end of the day, there's plenty of potential to work there, both with bat and ball, and just a well-rounded young man as well. So personally excited to see his development as a young man, as a young cricketer in this country, and no doubt that he will bring good things towards the game in the years to come. Look forward to seeing him bowl a little later as well. He has been bowling very well. I think 11 wickets in the Houston Open at a very good economy and strike rate as well. So he'll do a good job today, no doubt.
Yeah, clearly the intention though from these two have been wanting to just take the attack to Zakil. Not really as a part-time spinner, but with that new ball, as you said, two right-handers at the crease. Dane Pete throwing a bit of a X factor.
Yeah, I've watched a bit of Zakil in recent weeks, local in the Bay Area now, and trained with the Bay Area training group down in San Francisco. Quite like his left arm spin, to be honest, known more as a batter, but really can do a good job with the ball, tends to bowl a good length, good consistency in length, and as we've seen, just drawing the batsman forward on a relatively good length on that first over. As we call an end to that first one from Zahid, 60 for 1 the score now after 12.
So pretty big over from the USA Invitation 11, 8 coming from it. And you look at the batting lineup of the USA men's team, Rusty, a lot of batting to come. Likes of Aaron Jones, who we expect to see next. Gajanan Singh is there as well. Jaskiran Malhotra and his power hitting abilities. So surely they will need something, will want to get something substantial in this contest in terms of this 50 over contest.
Yeah, and I think thus far, status quo as it is, 60 for 1 after 12, going at 5 is a great result for the US national team, or invitational team, really, with the firepower to come down the order. I think you want someone like a Jaskiran Malhotra to really be able to come and play his natural game, be in a good position, maybe 2 or 3 down after 40 or so, and really give him the freedom to play his natural game. Gajanan Singh in the lineup there as well. He's able to spend some time at the crease, work the ball around. So I think in a relatively good position at the moment here, the US team, and I think if you're the MLC East team, you'd be a little bit disappointed. 60 for 1 coming in on a green wicket with a bit of movement about. You'd be hoping to have done a little better at this point, make a little bit more of an inroads into this batting lineup. But credit to the USA team for getting through the hard period, and they've managed to give themselves what is a pretty decent platform at this stage.
Yeah, on par at this stage to get to that 250 mark, which I think on this surface, from what I've seen so far, yes, it does get better, but always that bit of challenge and a bit of extra something for the bowlers with that live green grass. 250 plus on this, Rusty, could be a big challenge for the MLC East team.
Certainly, and as I mentioned, especially if those indentations become a factor, sun comes out and bakes a little bit on this wicket, hardens up those indentations. We could see a bit of variable bounce, which we've already seen here, but more sticky sort of bounce can become a little bit more difficult when it's a nice hard wicket and that variable bounce is quick. One low, one high, really does get in the batter's mind and can become very challenging. So, as you say, plenty of opportunity with the ball later this afternoon as well. But as for the moment, an excellent contest between bat and ball developing.
Looking at the transition, Rusty, from the T20 format into the 50 over format, obviously you guys would have played a lot of the league domestically in terms of cricket, in terms of how we just had the Houston Open for the previous 5 days. Is it difficult to make that sort of switch from the T20 format to the 50 over format, a much longer mode of the game? Good delivery from Bolisetti.
I think it can be a little bit challenging at times, making the transition from T20 to a longer format. In years gone by, I find it quite that a little bit more like a first-class sort of game. Just more opportunity to practice your skills. As we mentioned, in a 2020 game, you might get 1 over at the death, where you've got to execute from ball 1 or really play dearly. But in this format, of course, we get to see maybe 4 overs at the death from a particular bowler. And it gives you the opportunity to really practice and execute those particular. As a player, playing this 50 over format now, coming off of 2020 cricket, I'd really just want to take the opportunity to practice those skills. You know, you don't often get the opportunity to leave well in 2020 cricket, but leaving well also gets you into good positions, good stronger positions. You can leave from a strong position instead of having to just throw the bat at most deliveries or look to score at every opportunity. And these things are beneficial for you in the long run, getting to spend some time out there and work on more particular skills over a longer period of time. So certainly the 50 over format does have its place. It does seem to be sort of waning down a little bit on the cricket stage in world cricket, but certainly does still have its place in the development of players.
Yeah, as you said, with so much young talent on offer here, I think this 50 over format will really allow them to just get in a rhythm. Big swing from Xavier Marshall. He looked to take on Abhiram Bolisetti. Previous delivery came down the track. This time staying in the crease, but ball was there, was full. Missed out on that. Marshall to end the over.
Yeah, that one just kicking off a little bit. Be interesting to see if that's a deliberate train of thought in trying to kick things on a little bit here and put pressure back onto the bowler, or if he's just getting a little bit impatient. 25 of 37. not setting the world alight in terms of strike rate, but really doing a good job for his team here. As we mentioned, 63 for 1, going at 4.85. That is an excellent position given the circumstances and the nature of this wicket this morning. Be looking for him to kick on, really. No need to really change too much at the moment and try and put the foot on the accelerator just yet. I think key here is wickets in hand. Ball does tend to fly. We've got some bowlers that are still a little bit rusty, and I think there'll be plenty of opportunity to score towards the back end of the innings when bowlers get put under pressure to really hit their Yorkers and nail their skills.
Love that intentional pun there, Rusty.
Got to be your own hype man, Nikhil.
So Zakil, just the solitary over so far. Just trying to find that right length early on. They tend to get a bit full, so I think we'll want to put it out right there. Really good delivery, a bit of grip in this surface. Mana Patel just can only look on. Almost difficult to put that in the back of your mind as a batter. You see there, got some drift as well, Zahid Zakil. And that does play on the mind of a batter, Rusty, when you have a delivery like that to start the over.
Definitely. Beautiful delivery there by Zakil. A little bit of angle into the batter and obviously just gripping and bouncing. That's always the danger for most spinners, is that extra bounce. A lot of spinners will look to turn the ball big, and yes, you got to try and spin the ball hard. But if you ask most batters, that bit of extra bounce from a class spinner is really what makes it difficult. And as we see on that occasion, just bouncing past this place.
This time in the air, but there is protection in the cover region. Just be a single. But all of a sudden, seems like these two have really wanted to take on the bowling. I just wonder, is it required at this stage?
Yeah, as I mentioned, not really necessary to try and put the foot on the accelerator here. As you said earlier, 250, probably a very competitive score on this wicket. And often when you set out your stall to sort of get around that 250 mark, you get in a position where you're able to score a little bit more. But just searching a little bit too early to go a little bit beyond that might get you in trouble. So I think just a little bit of consultation between the two in the middle there. Maybe Monank Patel having a word to Xavier or vice versa, just saying, hey, we're in a good position here. No need to kick on. Probably not a whole lot of depth in this bowling lineup either. It's still yet to see that fifth bowler, potentially a sixth bowler, and always an opportunity to capitalize when those guys come on. So plenty of incentive to spend time out there, not just from a preparation point of view, but also from a tactical point of view. As Zakil, yet another good length delivery on that front foot defensive. To your point earlier, Nikhil, I think the good batters will accept, and on a wicket like this, ball's going to beat the bat on occasion. One is going to do a bit much, and just got to play the next ball on its merit, really.
Not sure what he was appealing for there. Zahid Zakil. Ball hit the middle of the bat.
Spinner's tactics, really. Get in the mind of the batter. Always in the game. As we said, finding a good length this over. 8 off his first over. Just the one so far off 4 deliveries. And will we see a little bit of impetus from Xavier Marshall here. Doesn't like to get bogged down too long.
Really slapped that one hard, but just straight to the man at extra cover. So
Yeah, can sometimes get a little frustrating for batters when there is an opportunity to rotate the strike and don't quite get the gap. But that'll bring the end of this over. 64 for 1 now after 14. USA, pretty good position here.
much improved over from Zakil. Just conceding the 1 run. Really could tell had found a better lane and length in that over. Cody Shetty, I think it is, seems to be coming to the attack.
Him into the attack yet. I mean, as we see, 2 right-handers at the crease, but I'd still back an international test quality bowler to be effective, particularly on this surface. So quite keen to see the introduction of Pete into this attack.
As well as Sanjay Krishnamurti, who's not a part-time option, but a definite wicket taker for this East team.
Yeah, certainly interesting to see what the motivation or the thinking is behind the changes at the moment. Maybe just saving those 2 bowlers to control it through the middle for the east side is the only real explanation I can think of. As we've said, 2 quality bowlers and wicket takers as well. And wickets are what the East team would be looking for at this stage. Just the 1 wicket so far in 14 overs. And as we mentioned on what is a sporty deck, they would have hoped for a little more than that.
Yeah, first time seeing Mohamed Mohsin. He's a, I think, he's a leg spinner, but Very unorthodox release.
Yeah, saw a little bit of him in the Houston Open earlier this weekend. I think he starts well on a good length, good feeling out there from the man at backward point. Restricts that to just a single.
Yeah, it has definitely been something though for the spinners, Rusty, in terms of that grip, bit of extra bounce as well. So that will excite Pete, especially for the weapons that he's got at his disposal.
Yeah, as we mentioned, Gurjanan Singh in this lineup, left-hander. I wouldn't think he'd be waiting just particularly for the one left-hander to bring himself on, and pretty much limited to that one left-hander. So he's going to have to get into the attack sooner rather than later, and I look forward to seeing him go out on the surface. I think there will be plenty of rewards on offer. He's a wily bowler, is Dame Pitt. Of course, has some variation in his armory as well. Bowls the Karen ball, very subtle through the air, seasoned pro, and we'll be looking forward to him. But for now, it's the leg spinner, and he started well here. Gets the batter committed onto that front foot. Xavier Marshall, how long will he have a look before trying to starting to putting some pressure onto this bowler here? Again, a beautiful length. I think a variation on that occasion. Didn't seem to quite pick at Xavier Marshall. The googly, bit of bounce as well. Top of the thigh pad, most likely going over the stumps, if not down leg as well, but always worth a shot. You don't ask, you don't get.
Yeah, seems to be very crafty. Spinner Mohamed Mohsin. Just the one run to start his spell. And you think the last couple of overs, last 3 overs, just conceding 3 runs. So that will be drinks, Rusty. End of 15, 65 for 1.
Yeah, a bit of ebb and flow here this morning. As we said, MLC East starting very well this morning, restricting the USA Invitational side to just under 3 runs and over, really, and an excellent start. Got the early breakthrough, and since then the USA have managed to claw their way back, scoring quite freely at one stage, bringing that run rate up to 5 and over, up to 60 for 1, and as Nikhil mentioned just now, the contest continues on. MLC East with a few good overs here before the interval, and dragging that run rate back down to 4.3 and over. All in all, though, I'd give that session to the USA Invitational side. As I mentioned, the MLC East would have been looking for a few more wickets this morning, having won the toss and elected to bowl first. As it stands, USA 65 for 1, and with a pretty solid platform looking ahead to the rest of the innings. As the players will gather around here now, Coach Liam Plunkett will have a chat there. Be interesting to see what he has to say. Spin being the order of the day as it stands. The leg spin and left arm orthodox operating from both sides. But I think just found a rhythm now, the MLC East, as we say, managing to put in a few tight overs now. And just get the feeling that something might happen after the break here if we get a few more good overs, especially with free-flowing batters like Xavier Marshall and Monak Patel out there in the middle. Be a very interesting contest to see who budges first. Yeah, man.
Welcome back after drinks. As USA continues, Monarch Patel taking a single to long off. The captain who arrived in the 4th over. And he's going deep over long off. And that's going to go all the way for 6. The X-Man marks the spot over the boundary. Big shot. I'm Peter Delapenna. And in the box alongside me, Nate Hayes. Nate.
Peter, this is the moment we've been waiting for, isn't it?
It is.
We've
Special day, yes. We've got 2 Americans in the commentary box.
We've talked about this a lot. Look forward to it.
Good running by the X-Man and the USA captain Monarch to pinch a single there. Zahid Zakhail, former Afghanistan under-19 representative, now living in the Bay Area as a Major League Cricket contracted player. This one just wide of the fielder in the offside. Dane Pete, the captain, looked like possibly different fielder, in fact. It's a bit hard to judge, Nate,
It's tough to see from here.
no numbers on the shirts today. We're going to get that fixed for tomorrow, but for the time being, we've got to...
Tough to make it out from here, especially with my failing eyesight over the last few years. But Zahid Zakhail, the USA players may not have faced this guy before. He might be one of the lesser-known bowlers on the East team by American batters. He's mostly a batsman in his first-class history.
Another easy single taken into the covers by Xavier Marshall, who now moves to 33. Had a slow start. It was a very dicey wicket. Begin with a lot of deliveries. We're hitting him in the gloves, hitting the ribs once. Monarch Patel, the same issue. But they're still out there. Really grafted well. It's been very impressive, Nate, to see these guys apply themselves on what is a difficult wicket, especially against that opening spell from Cornet Dry and Justin Dill.
Excellent opening spell. What do you think, Peter? Do you think that the East would have liked to have another seamer in the team today?
I know I would have liked to have an extra seamer in the team, that's for sure. But, you know, they're giving an opportunity to Abhiram Bolasetti, youngster. This is what this challenge series is all about. It's not just about giving the big-name guys who've had that opportunity overseas in professional cricket. It's about trying to develop some of the youngsters as well. And Abhiram Bolasetti from your neck of the woods, Nate, getting a chance to take on the USA national team. He was picked for USA Under-19, obviously, but didn't get to play because of what a lot of people who follow American cricket would know. The qualifier was canceled, so USA Under-19 was really denied an opportunity in a year when they really felt it would have been the time to break that streak against Canada, who has been the dominant junior side over the years. And the X-Man going deep again, this time over wide, long on for another 6.
What a shot that one. Excellent stuff there from X as he starts to catch up his run rate a bit. This is, as we said, you might have wanted to have some more seamers in the team. But there's an introduction for you to Mohammad Mohsin from Xavier Marshall. Peter, there's no shortage of, you were just talking about the youngsters, you were talking about Abhiram Bolasetti specifically, but there's no shortage of USA U19 players in this camp this week. As you were talking about that, Abhiram Magari walked past, Rohan Fadki is here. You know, there's a big supply of them, and you would think after a busy week of the Houston Open plus this event plus the training that happened beforehand. We've already seen some players drop out due to injury or fatigue or things like that. You would think that we'll see even more of the young players.
Certainly in the USA squad for this event, they're all really substitutes today, but Ritwik Behera, Václav Vagela, Yasser Mohammed, we saw them as part of the series against Ireland in December, and again, these are obviously not international fixtures, so you would hope they're going to get plenty of opportunities to showcase their own skills against the plethora of MLC contracted players. After 17 overs, the score 81 for 1.
It looks like Dane Pete's bringing himself on. Earlier, you heard Nikhil talk about how he probably would be coming in sooner rather than later. You mentioned Václav Vagela. Earlier in the broadcast, we talked about how many opening batsmen are in the USA Invitational 11. Remember, Václav Vagela once opened for the USA U19 team until he kind of changed himself into a left-arm orthodox spinner.
Tends to happen at junior level when the guys progress. As you see Monang Patel now and the boundary drought. It's his first 4 since the 12th over. And spurred out of his shell by what Xavier Marshall was doing at the other end. The USA captain takes on Dane Pete and clears the rope over extra cover. Yeah, Václav was an all-rounder, genuine all-rounder at junior level. Opened the batting and he bowled full 10 overs of left-arm spin, but quite often you see it happen when players transition from junior to senior level. Mohammad Gauss is a great example. Mohammad Gauss, former USA men's captain, was the player of the tournament and best batsman at the 2009 Under-19 National Championships in New York. But by the time he went to the World Cup in New Zealand, that's the last time USA went to the Under-19 World Cup, and when he got picked to make his debut for the men's team later in 2010 against Jamaica in Florida, he really, in a short space of time, not more than a year, had really developed quite quickly into a genuine spinner, and his batting never really caught up at senior level. He was more or less a tail ender after having been, like I said, the best batsman at USA Under-19 junior level. So it does happen from time to time.
Yeah, I think a lot of, physical development happens obviously from the U19 level onwards, but that changing in just a year's time, that's very impressive. Václav himself has shaped himself into one of the top left-arm orthodox spinners in a very crowded field in the USA, probably the deepest position that there is in cricket in the USA.
And now Mona going down the ground, back over Dane Pete's head, and finds the boundary for the second time in this over. So he starts the frame with a 4 and ends it with 1 as well. 10 runs in the over. USA Invitational 11, 91 for 1 now after 18.
That good start we talked about from the East is a distant memory now, it seems.
Well, again, it just shows how well these two have batted together ever since the loss of Dominique Ricky in the 4th over in what were very difficult batting conditions. The sun is out. The sun's been out for a good 40 minutes now, and ever since the sun came out, that has really helped to flatten out the wicket. It was a pitch with some moisture in it at the start, but now it's starting to get much easier for batting, and these two are cashing in for all the hard work. And having said that, there's still something on offer for the bowlers there is Mohsin Mohammed with some sharp turn there. The ball going straight to slip.
Very tall, leggy. 6'3". Fairly unusual. Definitely is getting plenty of bounce today. Peter, there were a lot of enthusiastic appeals early on by Cornet Dry. What was your vantage point on those?
There's one big appeal for caught behind on a ball that seemed in, and I think he thought it clipped the inside edge. There was some doubt whether it was off the pad or if it was inside edge through to the keeper, Smith Patel, and that was a key moment early on. There was also another chance. It looked like when Monak Patel was on naught, a drive towards Dane Pete at mid-off, fielding tight in off the bowling of Cornet Dry. And that was in the 7th over. And
Right.
Monak Patel had yet to score, and it looked like Dane Pete got high enough in the air to get hands to it, and it just slipped through. But what a big moment that was as well, with the captain now on 38 for USA. And another close shave is an inside edge, goes through square leg for one. It's your first time here in Texas, Nate. First time at this Prairie View Cricket Complex. What's your take on this massive facility?
Well, it really is massive. That's a good way to put it. It's beautiful. From where I'm sitting, I can see a lot of events here in the future, and obviously we've seen a lot in the past. In the last year, I think in 2021, this event was a major player in the busy cricket season in the USA, and I can't see that stopping anytime soon.
So a lot of runs in the wickets that have been made here. We saw Rahul Jarwala score a pair of centuries here in November. We saw Sushant Madani also score 2 centuries. Saad Ali, Obis PNR, great batting wickets, but as you can see, there is something in it for the bowlers as well. Something on offer for everybody. Is previous delivery got some sharp bounce from Mohsin Muhammad, and now Xavier Marshall flicks one through fine leg to keep the strike with a single to end the over. So 3 runs from it, 94 for 1 after 19. But for the batters who come out here, it's very rare, at least in U.S. circles, to get consistent good batting tracks where you can cash in and score a lot of runs. It's not always been the case in Florida. It's not always been the case in California. To have this facility, as Marshall slog sweeps this into the wind. So there's no chance, looks like, for Bolasetti to try and come in off the rope to create a catching opportunity.
Yeah, Bolasetti himself is a pretty good fielder. It's fun watching him in Morrisville, where I live in Raleigh, which is right next door. But it's fun watching him work on, he's a young guy, so he loves to work on those tricky catches at the boundary, all the fancy stuff you see on TV, and that's how you that's how you end up making those plays, is practicing them. Seeing what you see on TV and doing them over and over again. And it's great to see the young guys like him practice those and occasionally make those plays in games.
Now, Nate, I've got an important question here. Do they have barbers in North Carolina anymore? Because since I last saw Abhiram Bolasetti and Aditya Gupta last year, I don't think they've had a haircut in a couple of months.
And Aman Patel. Have you seen Aman Patel recently? He's got a serious flow going. That's what they call it in ice hockey, is flow. You got to have that hair hanging out the bottom of your helmet. He looks like he could play for the Hurricanes right now.
Rohan Vodke, his hair is getting a little shaggy.
Getting a little bit longer,
shaggy too.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I guess that's how we'll keep tabs on the trends amongst the youths.
It's the hockey players. Now these guys keep it shaggy. They keep it looking very casual. The hockey players, they put in a lot of gel. They make it look very, very slick. Jeremy Roenick comes to mind.
Right. Yeah, a lot of those guys. Yeah, for sure.
Which, for anybody who is a cricket/ice hockey fan, just shows how old I am making a Jeremy Roenick reference instead of Sidney Crosby reference.
I'm sure that 2 or 3 people out there appreciate that. 2 of them are sitting in here.
I'm sure we got a couple Canadian viewers out there. We got Nitish Kumar, the former Canada international, as part of the MLC squads, and
Absolutely.
I know Shahid Keshvani and
Yeah.
Arslan Kadir,
Mhm.
who are part of the Dropped Again podcast crew. They're keen
Right.
followers of American cricket and Major League Cricket.
Well, Shaheen actually played hockey before he played cricket. He
Big time.
yeah, he's a big time hockey guy. Strength coach. That's one great thing I love seeing about the ice hockey players is how well they can jump. People don't really realize that.
And
Ooh, good
and
stop.
Nitish Kumar is good fielding by Mohsin Mohammed. Which is making me now that I say his name, I got to go back to Nitish Kumar, but Mohsin Mohammed is making me think of the Carolina Panthers. It's Mohsin Mohammed, the former wide receiver back 20 years ago.
Oh, right. Yeah,
the Pro
yeah.
Bowler. Played with the Bears as well, but predominantly with the.
Was he 6'3" too?
He was tall enough to catch a lot of passes. I know that much. But Nitish Kumar, who's a major league contracted player, former Canada international. His middle name is Roenick, named after Jeremy Roenick. His dad was a huge Jeremy Roenick fan.
Excellent.
So there is proof. There are definite links between cricket and ice hockey, especially north of the border. But we're going to try and make that happen south of the border, too, right here in the state of Texas here, Nate.
Right here near Houston, Texas. They don't have an NHL team here.
Well, they got in Dallas, you got the Dallas Stars.
Right, yeah. The WHL had the Houston Arrows.
That's right.
Back in the day, the Howe brothers
The Howes, of course.
Gordie Howe himself played for them.
Mr. Hockey.
Yep.
Now, there used to be the Gordie Howe hat trick, which was a goal and assist in a fight. Do you think there will ever be a Gordie Howe hat trick on a cricket field, Nate?
I think that would have to be what would a Gordie Howe hat trick be in cricket? I think it would have to be you get disciplined by the umpire somehow.
Yeah, you go to the match referee. Yeah, it's waving your bat to the umpire to show that you hit the ball in an LBW dismissal.
Yeah,
that might
maybe
qualify.
Maybe that. The other two things have to be good things though. Like you take a wicket and you hit a six.
Couple wickets. Maybe bar's got to be a little high. Maybe a half century.
Half century. Take one wicket at least,
and then go to the match referee after.
Right, and you get some of your match fee taken away.
End of the 21st over. 99 for 1 has Xavier Marshall now on 44 off 70 deliveries. And US throughout the Houston Open, which preceded this event. Since Dane Pete starts his third over.
Dane was showing me his carom ball yesterday. It's definitely, I can see how it's difficult to pick. He gets that ball really deep in that second knuckle.
Easy single square leg. Now Dane Pete, he's living in the Washington D.C. area.
He's actually moved to North Carolina.
A lot of people are moving to North Carolina. It's the place to be. Nate.
It is the place to be. You're right, and I like to think I have something to do with that.
No credit for Amon. You get taking it all for
Yeah,
yourself.
Aman Patel too. Absolutely, Aman Patel. I'm a big Aman Patel fan. You know that.
Slip in place here in the 22nd over, and it means Xavier Marshall gets away with that prod away from his body. It goes through vacant slip for 2.
Yep. Dane's moved to North Carolina. He's going to play for the Morrisville Cardinals this year, along with Obis Pinar. Both of them fantastic cricketers, and that team just got a whole lot better.
And another close shave is you can see that extra bounce happening from time to time for the bowlers. It was 2-1-1. They've got .3.
Peter's bookkeeping coming in handy. Keeping track of every ball.
2-1-1. They got down 2-2-1. And And finally, that persistence pays off from Dane Pete. Monang Patel with a charge down the track. And Dane skids this one down the leg side. Monang couldn't get bad on it. And finally, this partnership is broken just short of 100 runs. And you can see the frustration in Monang Patel. He did all the hard work. And now he's giving it away, Nate.
5 runs shy of a half century for him. Those are some quick hands there from Smith Patel, weren't they?
He really impressed me when I saw him with the Yorkers last year. I saw him on debut in Florida when the Yorkers made the trip to the Central Broward Regional Park in Lauderhill, or Broward County Stadium as it's now known. And he fell just short of 100 on debut. He actually just ran out of time. He finished, I think, 98 or 99 not out. And continued to make runs throughout the season. But with his glove work, showcasing that just now on the sharp stumping against Monang Patel, who has to go off for 45. And it means that Aaron Jones is going to come to the wicket. Here's the replay again. Just sharp turn. I think Monang thought it was going to come a bit straighter on, but Dane Pete getting that assistance from the wicket. And they're going to get a wide out of it, but going to lose Monang Patel, and it means Aaron Jones comes to the crease wearing a very...
That's his Atlanta Fire helmet.
Fancy, yes. MLC, MILC helmet. It's not his USA one, I know that much.
No, but it's his, it looks like an Atlanta Fire helmet to me. Their social media account does a really good job of promoting the players on the team, especially the ones that make the USA national team. So I'm sure they'll be happy to see this.
Tell you who else does a good job on social media of minor league squads? The Philadelphians.
Right.
Big fan of what they do. And their owner, Merle Kailashnauth, I believe is his name.
Yeah, they do an excellent job. And obviously, they're happy to have Liam Plunkett there in Philadelphia, who is coaching this East team today. Liam Plunkett is a big dude.
He looks like he would have been a good linebacker or a tight end if he was born in the U.S.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
He's a big unit. Let's just say that. Jones gets off the mark immediately.
Asymmetrical. And
at his frame, but you can see he's got the foundation to keep developing with our excellent athletic skills, and it makes him one of the most promising prospects for the senior team. He obviously made his senior team debut in Oman back in September of last year, but he's still a teenager. He's got some time to develop, and he's one to keep an eye on for sure over the next few years.
And we've talked about his bowling action before. You praised his action quite a bit as fluid and repeatable. And he really is. I mean, he's an elegant player when he bowls.
It's like butter, like the old coffee talk sketch on SNL, like butter. I have no doubt that Mike Myers, as Linda Richmond, is a huge cricket fan.
Yeah, when will we see cricket on Saturday Night Live, do you think?
There's still time.
We've already seen it in wrestling. What was it?
Never too late. Nate.
All Elite Wrestling recently had that. Was it?
Well, I discovered after seeing the cricket advertising sign at WrestleMania in Dallas at AT&T Stadium. It spurred a number of conversations with some of these players. Dane Pete, I found out he's a huge Stone Cold Steve Austin fan.
Oh,
Would not shut up about Stone Cold Steve Austin yesterday.
Oh, did you see the stunner the other day?
He was so pumped up to know that Stone Cold made his comeback at WrestleMania in Dallas over the weekend, and then he kept on going on about how in South Africa, growing up, that's what he watched. He would say he would wake up at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. in South Africa to watch the pay-per-views, and he kept on calling it WWF. He says, I'm old enough, I called it WWF growing up in South Africa.
Yep. You had your shirt on yesterday, your WWF shirt on.
That's what was spurring some of these conversations. Justin Dill was there, Cornet Dry. They were all running off who were their favorite WWE wrestlers. Shawn Michaels. I'm Stone Cold.
Minor league baseball player, taught himself how to throw with his left arm because he injured his right shoulder. He did that after he was a professional.
Ooh, yeah, Nate.
We need some Slim Jims now.
Snap into it, baby. Snap into the cricket. That's what we need. Those are some athletic guys. You know, obviously The Rock played for Miami. He was on the football team.
Right. People talk about how it's fake, but you still have to be very athletic to do the choreographed movements they do, if it is fake.
It's like it's choreographed. I mean the athleticism and there's nothing fake about going off the top rope, Nate.
No. That would scare me.
Marshall missing the sweep there. He's on.
Giving it wide.
Marshall at the moment.
That
closing in on a half century. The X-Man slowed down a little bit after those 2 sixes, but just as I say that, he launches this one down the ground over long off. The X-Man goes downtown to bring up a half century.
What a shot.
Third six.
Yeah, he weathered the storm early, and now he's coming through. And Aaron Jones is gonna bat as long as he possibly can. So this could be a really long day for the East spinners here.
So 9 runs in the over, 116 for 2 now. For the USA Invitational 11, the X-Man bringing up his half century with a 6 to go to 53. And Jones, fresh to the crease, is on 3 at the opposite end.
It looks like 1 ball left for the over. Oh, that was the over. Yeah, that was the over. I'm sorry. Here we go.
Over was dot one. Dot one wide, dot 6. Or dot one dot wide 6.
And Bolisetti's throw is a little bit wild there. Usually a good thrower of the ball.
And the X-Man trying to go big again. This time, nothing but air. Sending a stiff breeze, going back in the opposite direction. The wind's blowing in his face at the moment. Prairie view, no surprise. And the Texas prairie gets very, very windy. As the X-Man goes along the turf this time through extra cover, times it well enough to get to the rope. He's heating up. And he grafted through that power play phase when it was very difficult. But now with the sun out, he's looking more and more confident, Nate.
He's heating up along with the weather here. It's going to continue to do so until about 5 p.m.
Now he goes through extra cover again, but this time a little bit square to the sweeper, and Bolisetti fields it on one knee to relay it in.
So Stephen Taylor is going to arrive tomorrow, we were told. Got Yasser Muhammad, Vatsa Baghela, Rivik Behera, also as substitutes. These MLC teams look very good, but so does Team USA.
Been very successful. Really looked good. Haven't seen him bat like this in a long time, especially in the 50 over format. Big series for him, Peter. I know you cover a lot of USA cricket, but for someone like a Xavier Marshall, who's mainly in the T20 side of things, for him to get a couple of big hundreds in this series definitely will put him back in the reckoning for that 50 over team coming up ahead of a big year.
Well, the issue for Marshall, historically in 50-over cricket for USA, was he would do what he did today. Grind out the first 10 overs. He's not somebody who would really seize on the power play fielding restrictions. He would take his time to get set. He'd get to about 10 off 30 balls, 15 off 35 balls, and then he'd get out. He'd throw it away. And what's impressed me about this innings, aside from his determination, taking deliveries like that from Cornet Dry, he's taken a lot of punishment, and he's not backed down one bit. He's gritted through it. He's gotten hit on the gloves, hitting the ribs, and now hitting the arm. It's the second time today he's been hitting the arm, as we're going to get a break in play here. But just the mental toughness, not just to withstand this assault from the MLC East bowlers, in particular the pace bowlers, Dylan, Cornet Dry, and also Abiram Bolasetti, but keeping his focus after doing the hard work to not throw his wicket away. That's what's really held him back in the one-day squad for USA. And it's been a different story today here in Texas. Once he got past that 10-over phase, 15-over phase of doing the hard work, after the drinks break is when he started to unleash himself. I don't know if there was something in the water, something in the Gatorade, Nikhil, at the drinks break, but straight after drinks, 6 against Zahid Zakil, 6 against Mohsin Muhammad. The first 2 overs after drinks, and from then on, he's been cruising for the most part. 6 off Dane Pete, so he's really capitalized on the spinners after really grafting and seeing off that new ball spell when the conditions were at their toughest from Cornet Dry and Justin Dill.
Yeah, really had to battle hard. As you said, Xavier Marshall, definitely one of the better innings I've seen him play. Just the adversity, the fortitude that he's shown. And I think the reason he's been hit so much on the body is because of that variable bounce. So really struggling with that left hand. Hit early on by Dry, now a second time. Cornet Dry, just because of that immense height, anytime he's on that good length, especially on this surface, does get that steep bounce.
And Marshall there. And at the end of the 28th, 140 for 2. Xavier Marshall on 68. Now, me and Nate were talking earlier about how Liam Plunkett is a big unit. Cornet Dry is no slouch either. He would definitely be a linebacker or a tight end if he was playing football here. He gets that height, that extra bounce. What else stands out to you about Cornet Dry? Just his physical presence on a cricket field.
Yeah, as you said, that towering figure, but also the experience he brings, playing in South Africa, a number of first-class matches, will impart that bit of extra knowledge to the young seamers, the young talent here in the U.S., really. But also, you mentioned Liam Plunkett, the coach of this MLC East team. What an acquisition, really. Just so much experience playing for England for so many years, playing at the county level, winning the 2019 World Cup. So really excited to see him and what the differences he can bring to a team like the MLC East, with so many under-19, 5 it is, under-19 players, really can be career-changing, career-defining over the course of the next 5 days.
Now, we were talking earlier about the end, so we got the highway end, now the forest end. But the question is, when this complex is complete, Nikhil, will it still be the forest end? Because there's still an awful lot of cricket grounds and developing they want to do with this facility. They've got an awful lot of acres, an awful lot of space to convert to keep going with this project, with one of the goals being to try and host games for the 2024 T20 World Cup if they can get the outside the boundary rope infrastructure in place, building a genuine stadium seating and broadcast tower. It's a great facility, and yet there's still so much yet to go before it's actually completed, as Krishnamurti starts his second over.
Another edge that would have gone straight to slip. No since.
Dane Pete being a spinner himself, no love for the spinners, no slip for the spinners. Give him some love, Dane. Jones, a crafty character. I think I could argue he played that intentionally, knowing there was no slip fielder there with soft hands, just guiding it wide of the keeper, Smith Patel. And Marshall's now taking his time, surveying the field. This time straight to cover in the ring.
And as a pioneer of USA cricket yourself, Pete, very curious to know how big of an impact, you mentioned that 2024 World Cup coming up soon, how big of an impact will that have on sort of just rekindling, not rekindling really, but growing the interest of cricket in the United States?
Well, I would argue the bigger piece of the puzzle is getting minor league cricket and major league cricket off the ground, because it's that support layer infrastructure underneath having a global event. There's so many comparisons made as the X-Man falls down and is just able to scramble back after a clumsy tumble, being turned back by Aaron Jones. So many people make these comparisons about what an impact the Cricket World Cup would have, making the comparisons to the FIFA World Cup in '94. That was held in the U.S., the Men's World Cup, and then also the 1999 Women's FIFA World Cup, which I would argue was an even bigger and more important event in terms of the development of soccer in the U.S., because you had the grassroots infrastructure in place. You had soccer being played in the schools. You had soccer as an NCAA sport for both men and women. So you had the sport being played by millions of kids all across America at junior level, at high school level, into the NCAA Division I scholarship level. And that's where cricket is lagging behind in America. And in order to catch up and really make a World Cup event have a sustainable and lasting impact in the same way that the FIFA World Cups did for the men and women in America, there needs to be that foundational layer. It doesn't really exist yet. But now that there is minor league cricket and major league cricket being organized through ACE and Major League Cricket, you're going to get more Sanjay Krishnamurtis. You're going to get more Sai Mukamalas. You're going to get more Aditya Guptas, Abhiram Bolasettis. You see the teenagers on the field for the Major League Cricket East squad. These are all kids who are born and raised in America. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. The more opportunities they get to play and the more Major League Cricket and minor league cricket develops and provides the opportunities, I don't really think it's going to be the Cornet Dries and the Justin Dills and the Cody Chettys and the Dane Peets who are going to have the biggest impact and the biggest influence on the growth of cricket in America. Their presence is going to help speed up the process and help facilitate the strengthening of local cricket in the country. But the tipping point for whether or not cricket is really going to have a major influence on the culture and get into the psyche of the casual sports fan, not to mention the hardcore cricket fan, is when you see the likes of a Sanjay Krishnamurti bowling and succeeding, not just for Major League Cricket, but for USA Cricket, whoever his franchise is when Major League Cricket launches. He's been involved with the teams out in the Bay Area in minor league cricket, but the guys like Aditya Gupta, Abhiram Bolasetti, succeeding and getting opportunities for the Morrisville Cardinals, Rohan Phadke, same thing. When people can identify with the players who were raised and developed in their community, just like you would have LeBron James be identified with Akron, Ohio, and some of the guys who were playing in the Final Four last night in New Orleans, Armando Baycott and Ochai Agbaji for Kansas, they are part of the fabric of their communities. Those are people that the youngsters can look up to as idols because they've gone through the high school basketball system before progressing on to Kansas and then possibly the NBA. That's what we need to see happen with Major League Cricket. Guys like Sanjay Krishnamurthy and Sai Mukamala get professional contracts so that they can envision a future where they can make cricket a full-time sport as an American and have other kids look up to them and keep that pipeline going. And the more that happens, that's when I feel you're going to have the biggest impact that's going to be much greater than what happens at the World Cup.
Yeah, excellent there, Peter, in terms of just giving some perspective, the importance of building cricket at the youth level. But I must say, though, I'm really impressed to see all the local cricket, local tournaments, the amount of youthful talent that's not only here to watch, but also involved in scoring, involved in the camera work, in the administration of teams. So credit to all the organizers. Going to have to rebuild that one. Corner dry extras have been a problem for the East team. But yeah, really impressed with how the youth, I mean, just speaking from a West Indian perspective, we don't get that much youth involvement anymore. Seeing youth scoring at games or even helping with the broadcast. So it's a remarkable thing to see, starting from such a young age.
Jones being hustled there. Again, that extra bounce from Cornet Dry has been a standout feature here in his spells today. Do we need to get a TikTok scoring system to get the kids galvanized to participate in the scoring and some of the other volunteer aspects to catch up with 2022, Nikhil? What's going to get them interested?
Well, I mean, they are pretty interested, but definitely seeing the advent of social media, seeing how a company like TikTok could sponsor the Pakistan-Australia series and then integrate many different ways that fans can interact with the game on digital media. That one keeping a bit low, but Aaron Jones able to still keep it out. So yeah, I think it's all about ways of advancing. The MLC have done a really good job at, sustaining their social media and keeping it up to date and giving people a way to keep track of these players via those social media channels.
Do we need to get a video of Sanjay Krishnamurthy and Liam Plunkett flossing? Is that gonna go viral, Nikhil?
Well, I'm not a big flosser myself, but yes, that seems to be the trend of today.
Is it still going on, or has it moved on from that? I'm a bit of a dinosaur on these matters.
I'm just as clueless as you when it comes to the dance, the floss. That one's fired into the pad and given the deadly finger raised. Xavier Marshall, after all the hard work, 98 deliveries, Cornet Drive finally gets one to go straight on. And Marshall's, all the mental fortitude he's shown, the fight comes to an end. Going for 68.
We got it very full. We've seen Cornet usually pitch it back of the lane to get that extra bounce, but this time gets it very full, and the X-Man playing across the line. The only doubt was whether that was going to hit leg stump or was it going down leg, but Xavier Marshall, I think he knew it was straight enough, and you can see the disappointment immediately walking off after the finger went up. He knows there was a century on offer there, but he really, really had to fight against Cornet Dry in both those spells. He really capitalized. The majority of his runs came against the spinners. Knew it was going to be another trying period for him. And Cornet Dry, who bowled really well and went unrewarded in his new ball spell, now finally gets his first wicket of the day here in his sixth over. And it means Gajanan Singh comes out to the middle. The hero, one of the heroes for USA in that famous victory against Ireland in December. Marty Kane, Gajanan Singh having such a huge impact on that match, as well as Sushant Madani helping USA to a very famous victory, the first victory for USA in T20 Internationals over a full member just a few days before Christmas in Florida. And now Gajanan, who only made his debut in September, but with knocks like that, he's quickly becoming entrenched as a staple of the USA middle order.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, I think he's actually the perfect man for this situation because, yes, he will take his time to get in, but really has that other gear he can switch into. So, does have now with just over 20 overs remaining in this innings, a lot of time to just consolidate for a couple of overs with Aaron Jones, who's been there for a long time, and then can really press on the accelerator. But an important wicket for the East at this stage.
It's the end of a good over from Cornet Giant for the Major League Cricket East squad. Just 2 runs, 1 off the bat. And the wicket of the X-Man Xavier Marshall, 143 for 3 after 30. We mentioned some of the other facilities. You were obviously there with Nate and myself during the minor league cricket finals weekend in October in North Carolina. You've been obviously to Florida to call games there. Where does this complex rate in terms of the top tier facilities in America in your eyes, Nikhil?
Well, definitely one of my favorites and one of the best, I think. Aaron Jones to come back for an easy 2. Yeah, I've really enjoyed this one. I think just because of this comparison, it reminds me so much of the West Indies, my home, based on that sunshine, similar atmospheric conditions, strong breeze, but then also the quick outfield and the pretty quick pitch as well. Unfortunately, not a lot of pitches in the West Indies today are this quick, but has been obviously a staple of the golden years from West Indies cricket. That live green grass, as you can see it, just a tinge now covered the PV5 surface.
Now, how does the Texas hospitality compare to the hospitality you get in Morrisville, Nikhil? 2 very friendly types of people in each state.
Yeah, very friendly. Hard for me to pick a winner, to be honest, Peter, but I know you're a man that's been here in both of those places much more than me, so I think you would be a better gauge as to the hospitality and, the warmth of the people.
The thing that cracks me up, that lets you know you're in a true American cricket culture in both these territories, is when you get some of the local volunteers who encourage you to come out to the ground and say, there'll be lots of 6 and wickets, y'all. So y'all better come on down and enjoy the cricket. You don't get too many y'alls in other parts of the world. That's how you know you're in the South, enjoying the local flair of cricket.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place, Houston, Texas. Really, truly, all the states I've been to, travel for cricket, have been really accommodating. I'm just so excited to see now with the new plans from Major League in terms of getting stadiums established all around the country. I think that's going to add a whole nother dimension to cricket, elevate the level, really.
We've got plans in California, plans in Seattle. I don't expect any y'alls in Seattle when they get that ground developed, Nikhil. I don't know about you.
Well, you would know better than me. But what I'm more excited about is just, I think, more turf pitches. The more you play on this turf surfaces, the better it is for the overall development of cricket. And I think the USA is slowly getting away from using that AstroTurf to the genuine pitches in the US. End of 31, 147 for 3.
And one of the other special things about this facility, again, the more it gets developed and the more investment that gets put into it, it's not just the turf pitches, the practice facilities they've started to develop here. you don't really find turf nets that you can practice on in most facilities. A lot of facilities in the U.S., Central Broward Regional Park or Broward County Stadium in Florida, even Morrisville is like this. If you want turf wicket practice, you've got to have it in the center wicket. You've got to organize center wicket practice. They don't have turf practice pitches off the square or genuine practice nets, and yet this facility, which is about 40 minutes northwest of downtown Houston, you've got an awful lot of land here out in the prairie, and it allows them to be as creative as they want with a clean slate. So something you take for granted in a lot of other cricket facilities overseas, something as simple as a turf net, that's really unique to this Prairie View complex, and again just shows how special it is and how much effort has been done by Mangesh Chowdhury, the curator here, runs this facility, and also the assistants from Major League Cricket to try and put in the support infrastructure so that it's not just the turf wicket, as Gajanan with a very sharp single here to mid-off. It's those other things, and then, again, if they get the T20 World Cup, and even without the T20 World Cup, just Major League Cricket in general, and the future of this facility overall, just to get stadium stands and a true media tower, media complex put in as part of it over the course of the next few years to develop this facility further. For those who are not here in Prairie View, we are currently broadcasting from a very, very special VIP trailer. But it's not a permanent trailer, I wouldn't say.
Just on Cornet Dre, I think brought back into the attack by Dane Pete to get that wicket. Obviously got the wicket of Xavier Marshall. But the way he now bowls to Gajanan Singh, Aaron Jones, and also the way he's managed, does Dane Pete now allow him to bowl another 4-over spell? Or does he hold him back? Maybe 4 overs for the last 10, which is so crucial to the entire complexion of a 50-over game.
Well, I think the other consideration is not just the death overs, but it's getting awfully hot out there, Nikhil. The longer this day has gone on, the sun has come out. After that first hour, it was overcast and a bit grim looking, and it's getting steamier and steamier out there. So really, whether he wants to or not, you can see Cornet Dry is starting to flag a little bit here in his third over of his second spell, and I think he's starting to run out of gas and needs to head to the boundary to cool off a little bit, get some Gatorade back in his system to recharge for a final burst in the death overs. And that's the other factor today, and that's why this over, if Gajanan Singh and Aaron Jones can just see off these last 2 balls, just recognize the context of the match situation. You've got a guy who's at the end of his spell, just starting to flag a little bit. They can just see him off, and then they can focus on milking some of the other bowlers over the next 5-10 overs before they get to the death. As Gajanan flicks this off the pads, he's going to get at least 2 before it's relayed in by Justin Dill at a deep square leg.
And obviously, very good friends and teammates, Aaron Jones and Cornet Dre, will know each other well. So that also adds another thing to the battle. Jones will be knowing all of Cornet Dre's tricks, played a lot of cricket together for the Atlanta Fire in the minor league. Always something that fascinates me to see teammates come up against each other, because they've got the blueprint on how to get them out.
Beautiful shot by Gajanan, using the pace, and timing it sweetly behind point, past the diving Sanjay Krishnamurti, and he caps the over with a boundary. It's Gajanan's first, and you can just see the width on offer, 6th stump line, and Gajanan just leans back and slices that behind point, so it caps an 8-run over as the USA Invitational 11 moves to 155 for 3 after 32. Talk about teammates knowing each other. The other thing I get a kick out of seeing Aaron Jones and Cornet Dry on the field is just lining the 2 of them up next to each other. Cornet Dry hovering at about 6'5", 6'6", and Aaron Jones maybe about a foot shorter. They're an interesting duo together for the Atlanta Fire. Now, obviously, as you said, facing up against each other. And we talked about would it be Cornet Dry's last over, would he cap his spell? And as soon as that over ends, he's off the field to have a breather on what is getting to be a very hot day here in central southeast Texas. It's going straight for the water bottle. It's getting very hot out there, so it's another thing to keep an eye on, just the stamina for these guys. As you said, Nikhil, transitioning from 20-over cricket from the Houston Open into a week's worth of 50-over matches with only a day's rest in between yesterday. And that's going to be something that's going to tax these players, especially today, as Abhiram Bolasetti comes back into the attack for a fresh spell. And they pinch a single behind point off of Bolasetti, who bowled 3 overs earlier. None for 19 in his first spell. Again, a former USA Under-19 selection out of North Carolina. Represented Morrisville Cardinals in minor league.
Yeah, and I think what the USA men's national team, well, Invitational 11 has done well is just those partnerships. 93-run partnership between Monak Patel and Xavier Marshall. Then 39 for the next two.
And even Bolasetti's getting the extra bounce. He doesn't have that height that both Dill and Cornet Dry have, but he's got the pace and still a little bit of spice in this pitch, Nikhil, as Gajanan, just like happened to Monak Patel and Xavier Marshall, he gets wrapped in the gloves. So even though there's a lot of runs in this wicket, there's still something for the bowlers.
And anytime you see batters being struck on their glove, always tells you that there is that bit of unexpected bounce. So some deliveries can really rise. And as a batter, I just think plays on the back of your mind. Always, even though you try to clear your head when you face every delivery, play it on its merit. It will just be in the back, deep down in the back of your mind. And you'll be thinking about the ball on that good length. So as a seamer, you have to try to go there. That indecision could lead to a wicket.
Bolasetti got some harsh treatment from Monak Patel in his first spell, but now he's got an opportunity to have a crack at two different batters. He's searching for the Yorker, but just gets it a bit too full. It's a shin-high full toss. And Gajanan flicks it for one to fine leg. Bolasetti played for the South Zone in the USA Under-19 National Championships in April last year and did reasonably well, but then he really started to stand out when they had the USA Under-19 camp in California in June of last year, and that's where there was a big difference in his pace. He really worked hard on his fitness and on his strength training, taking to heart all of the advice that Bert Cockley sends out to all these players. And he was somebody who was probably the best evidence of that. The difference in just the space of 2 or 3 months that Abhiram Bolasetti showed when he arrived in California, and that is what helped earn him selection to the USA Under-19 squad, even though they never got a chance to go into international competition because the Under-19 qualifier was canceled. But still, he's somebody who's worked very hard on progressing his skills, and another opportunity here for him today to showcase what he can do against USA senior team players. And that extra pace, hustling Gajanan on the final delivery of his first over, shows why he's such a promising talent coming out of the junior ranks. 3 runs in the over, 158 for 3 after 33. And it looks like we are going to have a drinks break.
Do join us in a couple after we take a quick break. Back here at the Purview 5 complex. USA Invitational 11 well positioned at this stage. 158 for 3. Still 17 overs remaining in this one. So do expect them to really put the charge on this MLC East team. Got a lot of batting to come. Sushant Modani, Jaskar Malhotra. Jasdeep Singh can hit a few out the ground as well. Rusty Theron. And of course, Kareem Agor is known to finish off. Be that closer for the USA team. Dane Pete, the captain, back into the attack. Peter Delapen is still alongside me. Just about ready to have the resumption. Dane Pete is bowled well, got that wicket, but has been a tad expensive. Something we're not used to seeing from the South African off spinner. Look at that delivery to start. Much slower. Just deceives Jones completely. Has to sort of find that focus yet again, Peter, with this drinks break. Tends to break the momentum of an inning. So we'll have to start fresh, but a really good start, a good base for Aaron Jones to work with. Look how high that ball bounces. Now this one keeping down, so has to really be careful, Aaron Jones. Every delivery is a new challenge with that variable bounce. But they are battling well, the USA. That run rate well over 4.5. And with 7 wickets in hand, you expect them to get over 250, which I think will be a challenge on this surface with that bowling attack that they've got. Just finally gets a single. Peter, what sort of is a good total to get in this first innings for the USA men's team to have a competitive chance of defending?
I think they're going to need at least 280, be realistic, because this wicket is flattened out an awful lot since that first hour. And I think, as it's been shown for the last hour or so, batting has gotten a lot easier over the course of the day, and it's going to be very flat by the time the MLC squad has a crack. So this pair really needs to add at least 16 overs.
Well, as you mentioned, that MLC East batting, a lot of big names. We'll get back to that in the next over. But a good start for Pete. Just a single run conceded, 159 for 3. So the fantastic facilities here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex in Texas. 2 games happening for you. The other one still had a lot of overnight dew, which has resulted in some wet conditions. Still trying to get a start there, but do have action here at the PV5 complex. Looks like we'll have a full 50 overs as well. Petering out to be a beautiful day for cricket. Bolasetti will continue. Does have 6 overs remaining in his spell. Has been threatening with wicket-taking deliveries, but I just think we'll look to find that consistency as he gets in a rhythm throughout this series. Probably the one aspect of his game, young man, of course, that he's missing for to put them in position for that World Cup. But I had the position of being at that U19 World Cup earlier this year in the West Indies. I think, given what I've seen here, in the conditions, the likes of Sanjay Krishnamurti, Sateja Mukamala, Bolasetti, a few on display in this game. That USA team could have really made some noise had they qualified for that under-19 World Cup.
The question is, would they have made as much noise as the earthquake that rolled through the ground when you were in the commentary box with Andrew Leonard? Talk about that. What was that like?
Well, I know, Peter, you posted that clip and it actually went very viral. But yeah, a pretty interesting experience. I mean,
I sure hope so. It's not every day you go through an earthquake, especially in Trinidad.
Yeah, I didn't feel it really until we felt the place rocking, but it's actually you don't quite know what to do in a situation like that. Just continue with your job, I assume.
Well, the two of you reacted like it was no big deal. You would never know there was an earthquake happening by the way the two of you were talking on air, but I heard a couple other people were running for cover. The Americas region in that event were, even though they ended up winless, I don't really think it does justice to the way they performed, especially against England. England going on to the final against India, and arguably in the group stage, the toughest encounter that England had in the group stage was against Canada. You saw some of their players unfortunately missed out on that Under-19 World Cup opportunity. Rahul Jarwal is the only one of that group who's not here this week. He's got school obligations out in Northern California, so he was not able to join the rest of the USA squad to take part in this event, unlike some of the other teenagers who were here. But with the COVID situation, he unfortunately never got to take the field. But this time, Gajanan, with an excellent sweep, gets it very fine to beat man at 45 for a boundary.
Well, the runs coming for the USA Men's Invitational team. And these two, very experienced, will know exactly what they need to do in this situation. Yeah, welcome to my life, Rahul Jariwala, in terms of the struggles with school and work. Peter, I'm telling you, people underestimate how difficult it is to manage both. Much better delivery from Dane Pete, but a really good start to the over. Gajanan Singh, 15 from 17. What a dream couple of months he's had for the USA men's team. I mean, that Ireland series, I don't think many people gave the USA a chance, given the fact that they were missing so many of their players due to that COVID-19. These have got the platform. So Pete ends the over with a dot, but a good one for the USA Men's Invitational team. Get 5 from it because of that boundary. 169 for 3. Barbados, of course, relocating to the U.S. has already made a big impact for this national team across the two formats of the white ball. Vice captain of this team. His role very important here, though, Peter. I think he's got to stay there to the end. Let Gajanan Singh, Jaskaran Malhotra, and others be the one to go after and take on those risks. He's the type of player that will score once he does spend and occupy the crease.
He does, but he's always very, very methodical. This is a tailor-made situation for him. He's just content to milk singles. If Gajanan is the aggressor at the other end, he won't mind that one bit. He'll just be happy to turn over the strike. That's what's made him such a valued player for USA. Because over the years, they've not really had that middle order player to depend on. Somebody who can just rotate singles, rotate the strike. USA over the years, especially with the West Indian flair that's been part of the squad, with guys like Rashard Marshall, who's always the best at rotating the strike.
As you say that, just deposits is 1 over point. And will be a boundary for Aaron Jones. Was trying to execute that cut shot a couple of times previously in the over. This time, though, gets it right. Had to get the requisite elevation, on it to beat that man at point, and he did just that.
You know, I say rotating the strike and getting singles is a bread and butter part of Aaron Jones' game. The other part is playing square the wicket, which is typical for a player of his stature. He's not the tallest guy in the squad by any means, so he's...
Yeah, not only there, but series goes on, so interesting to see. So 2 overs remaining before we get to that 10th, that business phase of the game. Didn't Pete rolling the dice here. I like this move. Mohamed Mohsin just always in with the chance of taking a wicket when you go to your leg spinner. I think Mohsin has proven a lot in terms of with his variation. Just at 21 runs in the 6 overs. But has that googly, has that flipper. And of course the traditional leg break as well. Just wonder, Peter, what role does Gajanan Singh play here? Been at the crease now for a long time. Good running in the end. They come out for 2. 21 deliveries now he's faced. Yeah, still under a run a ball. 7 wickets in hand. How does he go about this innings now?
Well, it's also about being smart with the conditions. Right now he's hitting into the wind. So with fine leg and third man up in the ring, you've got potentially an option where if he wants to try and sweep, almost have like a scoop sweep to try and get it past fine leg using the wind, or something we really don't see out of his game.
And as you say that, he sweeps, but sweeps straight to the man at straight mid wicket. He's got to go. Gajanan Singh looking for that sweep shot, but just hits it too much in front of square. And in the end, a relatively soft dismissal after such a good start from him. Big wicket for the East. You mentioned Mohamed Mohsin as that wicket-taking option.
Well, you knew he was going to play the sweep shot at some point in that over because, again, the wind was blowing into his face, so the best scoring option for him was going to be square the wicket. But he had to get it much finer than that. And on that sweep shot, he just didn't get it fine enough through square leg. Hit it a bit too straight and picked out the man at mid-wicket. Brief juggle on the ring, but was able to hold on in the end. And that's what USA is going to have to combat. They've got to bet intelligently in this last phase that the spinners are on, and further to that when the pace bowlers return, because there's going to be 6 overs where the wind's going to be at their back, and there's going to be 6 overs where they're going to be hitting into the wind. And the one thing the overs when the wind is into their face, and you want to try and hit the ball behind square to take advantage of the wind. You don't have to try and hit it back over the bowler's head when you're hitting into the wind. It's a low percentage option, but it's not something that you see an awful lot of, as I said, of the USA players. And it's one thing that of all the USA players who did excel when faced with that proposition, Marty Kane, who's in one of the other MLC squads for this event. He's an MLC contracted player. He's not part of the USA squad, but Marty Kane did that expertly against Ireland, and that's something that we haven't really seen so far out of the USA players who have come out to bat yet today. Those unorthodox shots, the reverse sweeps, the scoops, the paddles, to try and seize when the wind is blowing into the face, to try and open up scoring options behind square.
Sushant Modani comes to the crease for the USA Invitational 11. important role for him now with the loss of that Gajan Singh wicket. You don't want to obstruct the momentum that they've worked so hard to build so far in this innings. Last 10, so often we see teams either lose it or win the game in these last 10 overs. Aaron Jones now even more important to posting a substantial total. You think at least 250 is necessary? Very far from Mohammad Mohsin, but gets the crucial blow of Singh. Ends a successful over for the East. Sorry, one delivery remaining in the over. Short cut straight to the man though. So ends the 39th over now. 183 for 4.
The other thing that's surprising in this situation is seeing Sushant Madani come out. It just shows that in some ways USA is trying to treat this as a little bit of an experimental situation. In a typical ODI for USA in this stage of the match with 12 overs to go, you would expect Jaskaran Malhotra to come out to bat to try and give a rocket boost to the total in that finishing role, and yet Modani, who's really more of a top order player, more of an opener, needs a bit more time to get settled. He's been sent in here at number 6, so it just shows USA taking the opportunity, which is open to them in this kind of situation, as Sanjay Krishnamurthy comes back into the attack, where you can afford to toy with things, you can afford to tinker and try and experiment and have some simulations to see how players adjust and respond and react that you wouldn't really necessarily have that opportunity to be able to do if it was a genuine international live match situation. You can see Jaskaran Malhotra padded up to come in next at number 7.
So Krishnamurthy from that end replacing Dane Pete. Interesting decision though for Dane Pete. Just building that pressure. Couple of dot deliveries piling up, and he's taking himself out of the attack. Going back to Krishnamurthy, the left-arm spinner. 2 right-handers at the crease. Oh, arm ball. But may have just got some bat on it to save him in the last seconds, Aaron Jones.
Youngsters absolutely love him. You'll never hear a young player say a bad thing about Dane Pete because he does so much to encourage young players and to give him opportunities to those youngsters. And this is a great example of that. He could easily have kept himself on, but he knows there's a bigger picture at play here. If he was all about winning and win at all costs, you would argue he probably would have kept himself on to bowl himself out for 2 more overs. Here instead, he's giving an opportunity to Sanjay Krishnamurthy to test the youngster, to give him a development opportunity in the context of a relatively testing situation against 2 USA national team players.
I think that's always an important thing, developing the youth. I think that's probably what this may be more about, this Houston Challenge. A chance to display your skills, but more than just winning the games. You want to be able to provide ample opportunity for all the players to get a decent run out, build a rhythm, be able to show off their skills on some good surfaces have across the next 5 days. I like this flight though that Krishnamurthy is operating with, really challenging Aaron Jones first, now Sushant Modani. He's off the mark, Modani. So that will end the over. A dot ball. End of 40. 4 for Krishnamurthy. 185 for 4. Business time of the innings for the USA Invitational 11. So for the next 10, my good friend Nate Hayes joins me. The game well poised, well balanced. Both teams, you would think, in with a really good chance to close out this innings well. For the USA team, we think anything over 250 can be competitive. But for the East, if they can keep them to under that 250 mark, they would really be in with a good chance of chasing this down. On what is getting better as a batting surface.
Yeah, no doubt. It's this is exactly where you want the game to be as a spectator. Right now, at this point, we've had some ups and downs, some good flow to the game. USA has weathered the storm early on, and I'm excited to see what Sushant Madani can do.
Out the back of the hand there from Mohsin. What do you think sort of the East will be happy with restricting this USA Invitational men's 11 to under?
Well, I would think that they would feel pretty confident about chasing down about 250 or so. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the batting that they've got, Milind Kumar, Smith Patel, Mukamala, a lot of options. Cody Shetty's another one, very experienced.
Sanjay Krishnamurthy?
So I think for the USA team, they've got to score 65 in the last 10 if they want to get to that 250, but I think they'll be probably eyeing some more with 6 wickets in hand. The powerful Jaskar Malhotra, Kareem Agori, Rusty Theron.
Be curious to see Zahid Zakhail batting. He had quite an average in first-class cricket in Afghanistan. I believe in the high 40s, about 40, 49 or something. So I'll be interested to see where he bats. And obviously, I cannot wait to see Saeed Mukamala bat.
Yeah, did watch some of Zahid Zakhail in the Houston Open for the Prairie View Hurricanes, and he had one really impressive innings at the top of the order, but different challenge now in the 50-over format, where we've got to be a bit more selective with your stroke play. So all those factors will play a part. Cut, but almost taken by Pete at point.
That's one of Aaron's better shots, too. And he really just missed that.
That was the leg spinner. End of the over, though, from Mohamed Mohsin, keeping it very tight. The MLC East team, 188 for 4. So Krishnamurthy back into the attack. Just the 4 overs for him.
Yeah, we've raved about him a lot, and for good reason. He seems to perform everywhere he goes, one way or the other, with the ball or with the bat, or oftentimes both. He did struggle at the U19 Nationals last year with the bat, but he finished as the top bowler in the tournament.
I think these two really need to step on the accelerator, especially into this last 10. I think anything less than 250 won't be good enough. How often have we seen that cut from Aaron Jones? Like, what I like, though, is that Sushant Madani always trying to regain the strike, showing that intent.
Yeah, Peter mentioned earlier that this would normally be a great spot to see Malhotra come in, and I would have loved to see that, honestly. But we might yet see him. I'm sure he'll come in next if there is another wicket to fall. But I'd love to see Madani put his foot on the gas a little bit once he gets strike. He batted well in the Ireland series. Well, we could call it a series. It was 2 games, 2 T20 games.
just keeping it down to many singles. Haven't really conceded a boundary in a while. They East, so they deserve credit for that consistency in the length that they bowled.
Going to give a shout out here to Cricket for Americans on YouTube. I know Nick will be disappointed to see Genjanan Singh out without doing too much damage. That's his favorite player.
More than he wants to, but just be a single. Haven't looked, but just haven't been able to find those twos. Great regularity.
Sanjay is usually a very tidy bowler. This is a great spot for him right now. You have to be happy if you're the East with him having so many overs in hand.
191 for 4.
Peter was talking about how Dane is highly regarded by, especially by the youth around the country, and that's definitely true. Every young spinner I've talked to has raved about him, and now that he's in Morrisville, playing with the Morrisville Cardinals in minor league cricket, you have a couple of good young spinners there. One being Adi Gupta, who is a substitute today. But Adi is one of the big, bright talents in the country. Leg spinner who can hit the ball a mile. Those two things are excellent, especially for the T20 game.
Full toss. Trying to get it over extra cover. Has been a challenge, though, Nate, in terms of finding those boundaries. Why do you think that is?
I think we've seen some pretty good bowling. I think the bowlers have hit their spots pretty well, and I think, as Peter mentioned, maybe we could get a little more creativity from the batters to answer that shortly. But I think we've just seen some solid bowling.
Yeah, they have been very consistent, especially the spin.
Yeah.
So many spin options for this East team for Dane Pete to juggle. Sweeps this one well, but again, bowling to his fields, Mohamed Mohsin. Been very impressed with the leg spinner in terms of his control. That's always the first thing you look at for any leg spinner. The control that he has on offer. I think he's really been in charge of what he wants to do.
You don't get a lot of terribly accurate leggies, and you don't get a lot of leggies who are specialists at limiting runs. Canada has their Junaid Siddiqui. Mohamed Mohsin here has bowled well. Oh, there's one right up the middle. Nice drive.
But that one, finally, Aaron Jones breaking the shackles. Straight as an arrow gets the boundary. He is capable of going into this other gear, Aaron Jones. You think now, inside the final 10, almost took out the umpire, Owen Brown, in the process. But boy, did they need that.
Yeah, that's where you want to go. There aren't any fielders there, so hit those hard.
So Mohsin's just got the one over remaining after this. Who does Dane Pete go to? Still has himself to bowl. 3 overs, corner dry. You expect to see to close out the innings. Again, another cut, and it goes past point. It will be consecutive boundaries. Big over that the USA Invitational 11 needed, and also Aaron Jones, because it takes him into the 40s as well.
Definitely some commentary curse there. I should apologize to Mohamed Mohsin for saying he was doing such a great job limiting the runs and then giving up four on his next 2 balls, on each of his next 2 balls. But they definitely need that USA Invitational 11.
And with now Aaron Jones being so comfortable against his spin, I wonder now Dane Pete has to think about his pacers. Does have 5 overs of Justin Dill to return to. as well as 3 from Cornet Dry.
And I mentioned earlier, Justin does have some variations in here in the later overs that'll definitely come in handy.
Well, Lissetti, the other seamer who's just bowled the 6 overs, has been a tad expensive though, north of that 5 run and over mark. But you can see now, just another gear of intensity on by the USA Invitational 11. End of the 43rd over, a big one for the USA team. 11 coming from it, 202 for 4. So Sanjay Krishnamurti, the left arm spin, still persisting with the spin. Dane Pete. With so much pace left, 3 overs of Dry, 5 of Dill. Are you surprised that he hasn't gone back to the seam on option, sorry?
I'm not terribly surprised, given what I know about Dane and his priorities as a captain, as somebody who's a big part of the community that's in charge of growing the game here and developing the players. I'm not surprised to see him sticking with Sanjay Krishnamurti. I think he's going to stay with him until he gets whacked, and we'll see. But yeah, he does have two quality seamers left, and I think we'll see him go to them in a couple of overs here.
Well, that is done pretty much when any new batter should, and just be happy to get Aaron Jones back on strike. But there will come a time where he will be needed to really kick on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is one of the great things about this particular format in Associate Nations. You don't have a ton of games where first innings go for 350, teams out of it. So it's this is one of the things I love about associate cricket in this format is the games are always a little bit closer. The wickets seem to matter a lot more, and that seems to be the case here too with this Houston Challenge.
Aaron Jones wanted to get back on strike, just couldn't in the end.
Both of these guys seem to like that cut shot.
Almost was in trouble there being run out. You look at Aaron Jones' international figures though, Nate, very impressive. Averages 33 with a bat for the USA team in the ODIs. Look at this, Sushat Modani. So touchy in terms of that stroke. Just opened the face, allowed it to come. No slip in place. No third man in place either.
Yeah, that was a little bit of shades of Unmukt right there. He likes that shot also on these wickets here. And yeah, I mean, I think when you what puts Aaron's figures in perspective so well with the 33 average, and he's the most reliable batter on the USA team. They count on him to bat deep, and I think what puts that into perspective is a little bit what I was saying earlier. You don't see incredibly high scoring one-day games in associate cricket. So a 33 average in associate cricket, probably a lot closer to about a 45 or so in a full member,
Yeah, just to hit home on your point about responsibility, averages 35 in 14 T20 internationals, so really has been a key member for this USA men's team. End of the 44th over. Need him and need to get a kick on. 207 for 4.
And Aaron, he has a history of rescuing USA's batting innings in the past. There were many times where him and Hayden Walsh Jr. From Barbados, from Antigua, who plays for Barbados Royals in the CPL now and also for the West Indies. But when Hayden Walsh Jr. was here, he was much more of a contributor with the bat than he was known for saving the team's butt, basically, with the bat more than the ball. And he's gone on with the West Indies to be obviously much more of a bowler. But yeah, the two of them teamed up for some very memorable innings for USA cricket. Some of my favorite memories with the team. Helping them earn ODI status, which is a really big deal,
Yeah, massive deal. And I mean, just to see how he sort of transitioned to cricket in the US. Really has been impressive.
Yeah, and a series like this, a week like this, should help prepare USA for the Cricket World Cup League 2, where they are in a bit of a hole, I believe in 5th position currently. And, some of the teams around them have games in hand on them too. So it's not a great look for them right now. They need to dig out of that hole. And series like this will help prepare them to do something like that. It's going to take a major effort from them.
But Modani, in the interim, caught a boundary. So he now getting on the act. You could just sense that they've had no choice but to really kick on. Aaron Jones wants back the strike, just 2 away from a half century.
Yeah, they're being nice and aggressive with their running right now. Smartly.
Big year for Jones as well with the amount of international cricket that they've got. Expect him to play a massive part, as you mentioned, one of the main contributors with the bat in hand for the USA.
Especially when we see the team growing with more aggressive options, Aaron's role becomes even more important. We have, as you guys were talking about earlier, you and Peter, Marty Kane with his creative sweeps, reverse sweeps. We have more left-hand options than we ever have, pretty much. Of course, we have Stephen Taylor, famous Stephen Taylor, one of the biggest names in American cricket. And so, yeah, we have plenty of aggressive options. It's excellent to have guys like Modani and Aaron in the team to steady the innings for USA.
Really short from Wilson into his final over, just 1 delivery remaining. Last couple of overs have been expensive. But already the control, I keep saying the control that he's shown as a leg spinner. A lot to take from it, and also can bat as well. So something to watch later on. Final delivery in this over. Pulls out the sweep, but there is a mid-wicket in place. Just be a single to end. They're doing a really good job here, the East, at containing this Invitational 11's batting display to keeping that run rate less than 5. If they continue in this vein, they will be chasing less than 250. A lot of variables to watch out for. 214 for 4.
Yeah, Mosen really came back there. Dane gave him his 10 overs, and I think he made him happy. It looks like Justin Dill's coming in. Yeah, Justin Dill's getting the ball.
There will be the seam of Dill. First 5 overs, relatively inexpensive.
Yeah, his first spell was very, very neat. Threatening on several balls. You have a lot of these South African fast bowlers in the country right now, and the ones I've seen are actually very good. So, Justin Dill being one of them. Recently married, just a few weeks ago, down in South Africa.
Yeah, just judging at sort of the feel that he's got. Deep cover on the boundary, third man, and a 2 in the onside, deep backward square, mid-wicket as well. So it tells you that he wants the ball very straight. Could see straight and into the body on that good length. Sort of where he goes. Instead he goes short. It goes straight up in the air. Should be taken. Dill gets his man. And Modani looking to kick on in this innings. The USA Invitational 11 needing to press on the accelerator. He's got to go. Lose their 5th now. And this East team, they're roaring back in this contest.
Definitely. And here comes Jaskar Malhotra. As we mentioned before, he has a history opening, but over the last year or so, Jack has used him more in situations like this. As Peter mentioned, we probably would have seen him come in about 6 overs ago at the last wicket in normal situations, but I think they definitely wanted to give Madani some time.
Yeah, pace off from Dill into the pitch, and it just seemed to just bounce, that tennis ball bounce. No real pace on it. Can see here rolling his fingers over it. It was wide outside the off stump. Modani going to take that on every day of the week, but no power behind it. Easy catch in the end for Saideep Ganesh. So USA, you know, it's a touchy situation. At one stage, you looked at that first 20 overs. After 25, they were 122 for 2. You expected them to at least get to 250, but you have to credit the East and the spin of the East, which has proven to be a big problem for this batting lineup. Jaskaran Malhotra, though, in very good form, given the 42 not out he made for his UMMC Knight Riders team recently, just yesterday, day before, sorry, on Sunday, in the Houston Open. Captain and led that team from the front to the championship.
Yeah, he's had a pretty good last year. Obviously, he had his 6 sixes in and over against Papua New Guinea.
Happy to just get off the mark straight away. Brings Aaron Jones back on strike.
Who do you think's going to bowl from this end next over?
I think we could easily see Corner dry, given that Mohsin's done his 10. Don't think at this stage, Pete, with Malhotra, who's so good at that slog sweep, so good at batting against the spin, probably go back to Corner dry, who has proven to challenge these batters because of that extra height and the up and down bounce that we've seen so far.
Right.
One away from a half century, Aaron Jones. And he should get it quite easily. He does. So half century for Jones. Big innings from him to start this Houston challenge. Will raise his bat to his teammates, but the responsibility, the maturity, and the patience he's shown in this innings, definitely what we're used to seeing from Jones. A man that averages 33 at the international level. And even though that strike rate, only 72 on a challenging surface, an extremely valuable knock.
And this is where he tends to accelerate his innings. At about this point, like Peter said, like you said, he's very methodical about how he builds his innings, but he can suddenly catch up, you know. He can suddenly just turn on the jets and pass that 100 strike rate.
But it's now or never ready for this Invitational 11. Again, pace off. Just raise it down to third man Malhotra, so quite a start from him.
I was talking to Janisar Khan, former USA all-rounder, yesterday about Jaskaran Malhotra's batting stance, and he told me that Jaskaran was working on he tends to be a very upright batter in his stance, and Johnny Khan told me that Jaskaran had been working on getting a little bit lower so he can access those wider, fuller balls.
Just a single down to third man. That will end the over. 4 remain. 219 for 5.
This game has definitely had some ebbs and flows in it, some peaks and valleys, and you know, anything could happen right now. 4 overs left. We talked about how USA will definitely want to get to 250. It's still attainable. It's still very attainable with these two in the middle, especially Aaron at this point in his innings. And Jaskaran at just about any time can just take off. So, as you said, here comes Cornet Dry. And he has bowled well.
Short delivery. Really short. Will be worn for the over, corner dry. Love that bit of fun. Music between the two teammates.
Absolutely, that one was quite high. But Cornet, he's the type of bowler. When he captains a game, when he captains an innings, he brings himself off and on quite often. He is used to coming in and out of the game at various points and being just as effective anywhere. Little bit of no man's land there. Jaskaran definitely wants to strike. These two certainly have matched up plenty of times, especially over the minor league season, being in the same division. Jaskaran opening the batting for Morrisville Cardinals, and obviously Cornet Dry bowling a couple overs every power play.
Again, just a single from Malhotra. Just wonder when we'll see him really take the attack to the bowling of Dry and Dill. But you do expect, Nate, those two will close out this innings.
Yeah, you have to think that USA, that's what they want. Yeah, I would be very happy right now with these two in the middle. And we'll see what length we get here to Aaron Jones.
Just reaches for it, but what a good shot that is from Jones. Had to maneuver that in front of square, reach for outside the all-stop, but just timed to perfection. Off the middle of the bat. This is where we expect to see Jones come into his own.
Absolutely. That was an excellent poke there. Showing off how well his eye is in, reaching for that and smacking it over the covers there.
This is out this time though. Big swing and a miss. It's all happening at the moment between these two.
Excellent battle. USA will definitely want another one of those boundaries here. With one ball to go.
Looking to play into the
Nice.
onside. Well bowled, well executed from Dry to come back after the boundary. And still, Nate, just 6 runs from this over is a good result for the MLC East team. With
Absolutely. Definitely. Yeah, neither of these bowlers are showing signs of giving up a huge over. But anything can happen right now, especially with Jaskaran coming up on strike right now.
So Malhotra, last 3 overs of this innings for the USA Invitational 11. Really need to get going. That run rate, sorry Nate, just under 5.
Yeah, so far this is an excellent way to start this this week out. It's anyone's game still. We've got 3 overs left. We could see 250. We could see 235. Who knows?
Well, it comes down the track, straight up in the air. Long on runs in and takes a superb catch. Jaskaran Malhotra's got to go. But what a catch that was at long on. I think it was Sanjay Krishnamurti.
Excellent job. He got there quickly and then got under the ball, cushioned it with his knees. All the right things you want to see from a from a fielder running in to catch a ball. It's very difficult running in to catch a ball that's high up in the air like that. It helps when you have a nice outfield like this that you can count on.
Oh, had to do a lot of yards. Krishnamurti got there in the end, though. So Justin Dill strikes again. 3rd wicket for him. And I think what they've done so well is through the middle, not allow the game to go away from them, and then at the death, last 10 overs, only 34 runs scored in the last 7 so far. Jasdeep Singh in for the US Invitational 11. Still have Kareem Agor, Rusty Theron, all can hit it a long way, but definitely cause for concern at this stage, Nate.
I agree with you. And even Sorab in the team, he can hit it a long way too. But Jesse can. He's all or nothing pretty much. He can definitely park this ball into the tall grass out there. But yeah, USA are not in a great spot. You would have wanted Malhotra to get a couple of sixes before that happened. Good bowling from Justin Dill, as we've seen all game long. 3 wickets so far for him, 24 runs, 6.1 overs. He's been a star for the team today.
Short delivery. Aaron Jones doing the right thing, though. Got awareness to get back on strike. Still 4 deliveries that you want to make use of in this over. Jones being the experienced man, taking command of the situation. But he has to play a real blind of an innings from this stage now to get them to that 250 mark.
For sure. And with Justin bowling as well as he is, Jesse Singh coming into bat, their teammates on the New Jersey Stallions, they went all the way to the finals. Jesse is definitely a big hitter. He's capable of hitting big. He's not known for his bat. And you have to think that Dill knows how to bowl to him.
Well, went straight at the body of Aaron Jones. So making it a challenge to score quickly.
Nice shot there.
Well, really good from Aaron Jones. Does even better, though, on the boundary.
Good stuff. That looks like Abraham Bolasetti. Is that him out there?
I think Mohsen Khan.
Oh, yeah. It's a tall fellow, one way or the other.
Yeah, comes back for 2, Aaron Jones, but would have really thought he had a boundary there. Good work by the East. Kept it very tight, fielded well.
You never know when a stop like that's going to make a big difference in a game.
So just 3 runs again from this over to start. Need to find a boundary. The US Invitational 11. Well, goes full. There is a man in the deep, though. Didn't really time it. Aaron Jones, pace off. Always so hard to muscle those with no pace on it. Can't use the power.
And you're not going to get it past Krishnamurti out there too fast to the ball. That one didn't have a whole lot of wheels on it anyways.
Just be a single, Jesse Singh. Doing what he needs to do to get Aaron Jones on strike. But now all on the shoulders of Jones. Must find a boundary here, Nate.
Yeah, this is getting tricky. These are 2 bowlers who are red hot, and USA need a lot here in their next 2 overs. Nick, I've talked a lot. I've mentioned made the minor league cricket final several times. You were there on comms. It was a great weekend in my mind. What were your takeaways from that? Did you have, that environment, that setting, the pressure, the event, the big moment? What was your takeaway from that?
Well, firstly, a very well-run event, the finals weekend. But I think just to see the quality of cricket, 4 really good teams competing. the finals as well, the turnout in terms of atmosphere and crowd that was generated. And I think it's the start of something big to come. This season will be a huge advancement, and I expect those finals in North Carolina to be a mega event yet again. Corner drive to continue. Looking to be innovative. Won't get the wide for it. Jesse Singh trying to play that scoop. Sorry, the ramp, Brady.
Yeah, and that was in Morrisville, like known for its crowds, known for really supporting domestic cricket in the USA and the USA national team. Dallas has a venue on the way at Airhawk Stadium, which was a former minor league baseball stadium, and that is very exciting. That's an exciting community as well.
Connects with this one, Singh, but should just be one. Mid off up in the circle. Always a bold move as a seamer. But corner drive backing himself, backing his plans. 10 legal deliveries remaining in this innings. 231 for 6. How much on the shoulders of that man, Aaron Jones?
Aaron is used to finding himself in these situations. Batting at number 4 often for USA and having to bat long.
We'll pose this one, and in the gap, Aaron Jones. Much needed from a USA Invitational 11 perspective. Too short by Cornet Dry. His Atlanta Fire teammate finds the boundary into the 60s. Valuable runs for the USA Invitational 11.
That ball ran away very quickly. It's nice to see that after a few cue shots recently. But Aaron's not going to miss that at this point.
Really good knock, not only from Aaron Jones, but Monat Patel, as well as Xavier Marshall, who really set the tone for this USA team. But it'll now all be about carrying on.
Yeah, we've seen some excellent partnerships today from USA. And I know they'll want a lot more than this to show for it.
Even though they're not the most runs at the moment, probably would have wanted to be at 20 more at this stage. To see the partnerships, that's a definite positive. 93, that second wicket partnership between Monat Patel and Xavier Marshall. 39 between Marshall and Jones. Then 40 between Singh and Jones. And this one already worth 10 in short time. So batters coming to the crease, absorbing that pressure. Speaking of pressure, a crucial dot ball from Cornet Dry.
Yeah, Atlanta Fire, one of the top teams in minor league cricket. Look like they're going to stay that way this year. Loads of great players on the team. These two here. Steven Taylor.
Well, look at this. Comes right across his stumps, Aaron Jones. That is really innovative batting. Premeditated it, but at that pace, never an easy shot to play.
That's what it takes right about now, I think. I think they're realizing they're going to have to do creative things like that because of how well Cornet is bowling. What an interesting shot there.
Came right across outside that off stump and just positioned it through that square leg region and down the hill. Very quick outfield. Gonna get 4. 1 delivery remaining, and that suddenly 250 looks very much on the cards. This is a big over that they needed.
Absolutely.
It's gonna be a wide. Corner Dry will have to rebowl that one. Mind games from Jones. Putting him Dry under some pressure.
Yeah, they've got to be thinking 250 right now, and they're getting closer and closer to it. And it's a psychological boost when you get to a nice round number like that. Everybody talks about that.
We want to get 250 though, the Invitational 11. Just 10 away. If Aaron Jones can finish with a boundary, you would think it would really help their cause. Really good slower delivery from Dry. Just be one to end. Jones retains the strike. So after 49, 241 for 6. Interesting to see who was the last. You expect to be Justin Dill. Really good day for Dill. 3 wickets for him. How impressed have you been with his bowling?
Well, I've seen him bowl like this before. He's a very good bowler. He's very consistent. He's level-headed pretty much. I've been impressed with him today, though, for sure. He's been the player of the innings for the East so far. What are your thoughts on Dane's bowler management today?
Yeah, I think he shuffled his bowlers well. Clearly saw something in Mohamed Mohsin to give him the full 10. But has utilized his options. We've seen a lot of the young talent, which is the key of this series, want to display that youthful talent. Just a single. Surprised that Aaron Jones actually opts to take that single. Being there for so long. Really expect him now to do the bulk of the scoring in this final over. But Jasdeep Singh can hit it. And hit it a long way.
Yes, I think we're about to see some slower balls here. To throw off his timing.
Goes short. Jasdeep Singh, though, connects with that. Is in the gap. There is a man in the deep. No chance. So, much needed boundary in the final over from the USA Invitational 11. This is a competitive total with still 4 deliveries remaining.
Excellent stuff. They've definitely, via Aaron Jones here, have kind of revived themselves the last couple of overs, obviously. And they've got to be happy with how this is ending right now.
Still 4 deliveries remaining. Down the ground will just be another single. Much better delivery from Dill. Much better execution. Looking for the Yorker.
Jesse does like that in the slot, and so it's wise to bowl a slower ball there.
Or just helps it along its way, but there is a man in the deep. Almost thought it had enough to go all the way, but Aaron Jones will feel like he's missed out on that occasion. Just a single. In the air, falls into no man's land. No man's land really off the top edge. Jasdeep Singh. That was a quicker delivery from Justin Dills. It's fired in really.
And it's 250 up now for USA Invitational 11. Just a few overs ago, this wasn't looking likely. But I do have to say USA bowlers will have their work cut out for them. But they do have loads of experience up and down this bowling attack for USA.
Have to bowl it over, Justin Dill. Not the really great way to end. But what's key also here, Nate, in this last over, that run rate for the first time today has gone past 5 and over.
Ooh.
On the tram lines, touch and go decision.
Tough one, yep.
You don't want to be too close to Jasdeep Singh, who's already proven that he can hit the ball. So clearly Dill looking for that wide Yorker. Just goes slower bouncer and Will be an easy single. Running back for 2 as well. Jones could be run out. Or does he get there in the end? He does. So really good cricket from Aaron Jones to end the innings. He finishes on 70 not out. Jasdeep Singh has brought that surge. I look at it again. I want to see how close was it. Made the decision really late. May have just got home in time. So ends the innings at 253 for 6. And the USA Invitational 11 on a tough surface to bat on early on. We'll feel happy with this. Just to look at the scorecard. 68 from Xavier Marshall. 70 not out though. The standout from Aaron Jones with contributions from Monat Patel, Gajanan Singh, and towards the end, Jasdeep Singh.
Yeah, the batting looks pretty solid for the East coming up, but it's a great matchup against these experienced USA bowlers who are used to a high quality like that.
When you look at the bowlers for the East team, Justin Dill was superb with his 3. And a wicket apiece from Mohsin, Pete, and Cornet Dry. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon with the run chase. The East will need 254 for victory. Back on the way at the Prairie Cricket Complex, PV5, of course. The batting display for the MLC East. Looking for that 254 for victory. Both teams looking to start with a victory. Saurabh Nachavalka for the USA and national team. He'll be bowling to Smith Patel, Sateja Mukkamala at the other end. Just that variable bounce yet again. Underway, straight away, Smith Patel. Nate Hayes alongside me.
Hey, Nick, here we go. We're going to see what MLC East can do with the bat. I'm excited about this this pair here.
Yeah, both have their work cut out for them. The way that the USA men's openers are able to start will be a great example.
It is really warming up out there.
Yeah, the heat definitely at a high.
I was talking to Kevin Darlington in between innings. He said he welcomes this, being from New York and having had such a cold winter. He welcomes this heat. But you got to think it takes a toll on people who are living in New York and suddenly come here to play.
Yeah, definitely in terms of conditions. A lot of these MLC players would have been in very cold conditions. Now to transition into this heat will take some time. But of course, they will benefit from having the Houston Open recently, last 5 days.
And you know what the temperatures were the last 5 days here during the Houston Open?
I don't know the exact temperatures, but I can tell you, very hot.
It's not a very comfortable hot either. It's kind of sticky. Well, it's more than kind of sticky. It's definitely sticky.
So needing to just over 5 and over, the MLC East team. Mukkamala, a very exciting young player that we spoke about in that first innings. Under 19 player.
Had a really strong year in 2021. Performed well at just about every competition he was involved in. From the under 19 national championship to minor league cricket.
Yeah, definitely above his sort of age range.
Very popular player too. When he's left out of anything, you certainly hear about it. He's got a lot of support from the American community, especially in the Northeast. But he's definitely a bright spot for the future. And as Peter mentioned before, nothing's going to take spread cricket here faster than players like him doing well.
He also off the mark with a boundary as well. Just tucked it around the corner. You thought just be a single, but he actually timed it so well that it got to the boundary. Really good way to end the over. End of the 1, 5 for none. Rusty Theron into the attack for the USA team. What did you make of the way they ended that innings? The USA men's Invitational 11, the way they were able to get past that 250 mark.
I think they definitely were counting on getting to that point. I think both teams will be happy with their chances right now, to be honest. USA definitely needed to get there. And Major League Cricket East, certainly at least at the top of the order, at least their batters are capable of chasing it down. But with this USA experience and quality and depth, let's see if they can do it.
So just 5 off the first over. Really all they require. Smith Patel will be an important aspect of the batting lineup for this East team. Struggled in that Houston Open to get runs, but I think so suited to the 50 over format. We'll have to deal with the immense pace of Rusty Theron. That could be a challenge.
Yeah, he was ripping it. Warming up, he was definitely bowling pretty quick. He has stood out quite a bit in minor league cricket. Just his quality. It seems like half the boundaries he's given up have been edged, mishit, mistimed, just lucky shots.
First delivery edged just past the second slip. He is single. But they did have the slip cord and pat for that reason. A lot of seam options. You mentioned Jasdeep Singh, another one for this USA Invitational 11 team. That can really turn on the pace. That speed for, well, against this MLC East. Have to reball that one, Rusty Theron.
I enjoy watching Jack prepare the slip fielders before the innings with a baseball bat. I like watching that use of interesting tools, edging it onto them with the rounded bat. It's nice to see baseball tools being used. Obviously, coaches use the glove they have for 20, 30 years now.
Oh, wow. Look at the bounce on that one. Much of like what we saw in that first innings. Steep bounce from Rusty Theron.
Definitely bouncy here right now with these quick bowlers. Cornet and Rusty now.
Again, Mukamala having to rise with the bounce just to get on top of it. They do have fielders in those places in case of a leading edge. Short leg also in place as well. How often do you see that in a 50 over game?
Yeah, I was wondering about that. That's definitely very rare.
Like the aggression being shown by the captain, Monat Patel. I believe that's Karima Gore. Short leg. Yeah, sorry, Dominic Ricky. Sushant Modani for the USA team. Oh, he's hit on the helmet. Hit very hard. Smith Patel really timed that one and it just raced to him. Have to make sure he's okay. That That was struck really powerfully. The replay will tell you.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to play right there, right now after that. Save the boundary.
No real time to react. Flush on the helmet, Sushat Madani. And funny enough, had that gone in the air to a fielder, would have been out.
And Ali Khan not in the camp right now. I wonder if we'll see him during the T20s.
We'll definitely have to wait and see. End of the over. A good one from Rusty Theron. Just the 4 conceded, 9 for none. So the beautiful Prairie View Cricket Complex, home of this Houston Challenge over the next 5 days.
Bright and sunny for sure. Sticky, but it is pretty out here. I'm happy to be watching cricket today instead of playing it.
Yeah, that heat definitely can play a factor, especially for the USA team. A lot of their players would have spent some time in the middle with bat in hand. Off the inner half of the bat. Smith Patel, I think, key would just be to spend a lot of time at the crease.
I think the East would have. The USA did a great job weathering that early storm from the East in their innings, and you have to think that the East would be in a much better spot right now had they taken another wicket early on.
Mukamala, a young player, obviously a lot of experience at such a young age, but will really have a challenge facing international quality opposition like the US.
Trying to impress here against the team that he definitely wants to play for. It's his dream. So this is an excellent opportunity for him. You have to think he's amped up for this.
So Mukamala. Plays for the New Jersey Stallions in the minor league. How much have you seen of him?
Sai? I saw a lot of Sai this past year. I was really happy and lucky to be at the U19 selection camp in June in the Bay Area. I got to see him up close in the nets and in the middle against some minor league teams in their preparation games.
That will end the over. 9 for none after 3. US Invitational 11, keeping it very tight to start things off.
And Sai did impress. He started slow in the minor league, but he came around and his team put a lot of faith in him and stuck with him anyways, which is definitely part of the point of minor league cricket. But when you think about it, a team that of 27 made it to the final. Of 27 teams, this team made it to the final, and they did so riding a U19 opening batter, even through an early slump. That's very impressive, and it goes to show that these young players, they benefit a lot and they matter a lot in that league. And when you get a guy like him playing well, by the end of the season, helping your team all the way to the final. That's one slot on the team every team has to have is a U19 player and a U21 player. And when you can count on one to be an opener, it really helps you build a really deep team. So the Stallions definitely led the way as an example for how to build a team last year.
Oh, another short delivery. Smith Patel making it look pretty easy at the moment. But we'll have to be aware of that one that really jumps off a good length. Rusty Theron, another tall man, does get that bounce. Doing well at this stage, though, the East team. 9 for none, exactly what's required. It'll be all about not losing a wicket in this first 10.
Yeah, there's no reason to do anything but that. There's no reason to feel rushed right now.
Well, in the air this one, and he's got it out the middle. Smith Patel, first boundary for him and the MLC East team. Gets it out through that mid-wicket region. Welcome boundary. Really good bat speed, quick from Smith Patel to get under that one. Don't think that was the plan from Rusty Theron. No mid-wicket in place. Don't think he'd be wanting to bowl short.
I think both teams' openers enjoying this bouncy wicket, maybe bowling a little bit too short. Definitely there with Rusty on that last one, but Cornet Dry also had a few that he bowled a little bit too short and got away with. But USA didn't seem to, they weathered that storm. They didn't seem to feel too pressured by those short balls early on.
Another short delivery. This time, though, the line was much better at the body, so couldn't really get under that one and pull it. Smith Patel. Another fantastic player. He will be so important, along with the likes of Milan Mukamala at the other end, ensuring that they get to that 250. Not an easy total to chase by any means.
And not with this heat, considering they just played in the field for 50 overs. And coming out of the Houston Open, there's a lot of fatigue in the air in the camp.
And the 4-13 for none. So Nachavalka and Theron, pretty much the seasoned opening pair for this USA men's national team. Who you mentioned have a lot of cricket to come this season. Nate, the likes of Scotland, Oman,
UAE, yeah, Scotland, UAE first in May, and then Oman, Nepal in June. And the venues have not been finalized yet.
Yeah, Nachavalka is one of the most enjoyable bowlers to watch if you're a real cricket purist, just to see how consistent he is. Doesn't have much pace, but can swing the ball and just discipline on that good length.
Yeah, he's a finesse player. He counts on his accuracy, and he's very stubborn bowler.
straight to the man. Mukamala hasn't found it as easy as Smith Patel to score, but he's still there. That's the important thing. And obviously, spin did play a very important part for the East in their innings. Mohsin Khan, Dane Pete, Sanjay Krishnamurti. The USA team have got their own dose of spin. Likes of Kareem Agor. Noshish Kenjige. Ritwik Bera not in the team today.
Yeah, and Vatsavagila also not in the team today. One of the very top bowlers of minor league cricket, youngster. We've talked about him, but Aaron Jones can give you a few overs of spin as well as a leggy.
Yeah, it does provide that bit of variation to the attack, Aaron Jones, but is currently off the field with a leg injury sustained whilst batting, so it will be interesting to see how he fares later on, because I think they could use his very handy leg spin.
Yeah, more importantly, they could use his batting the rest of the week. So it's nice that he has this opportunity to take a breather, rest himself.
Got a hurry there, quick single, gets home at the end. Very quick between the wickets, Smith Patel. Only run conceded in this over so far. Nacho Volker just again disciplined and just so good at what he does with that new ball. Both formats of the game. Former US captain, of course.
His team in minor league cricket won the championship final, and they did so riding 3 left arm seamers, all of them above average performers in the league. Saurabh steadily getting his quota and performing. As you would expect him to.
Just one run from the over, 14 for done.
I'd like to thank PJ Hodels for swinging by with some Five Guys French fries. Peter's doing a celebration next to me as he does 3 of his 100 things that he does at a time.
So first 5, Smith Patel, Teja Mukamala. Steady start. Not the quickest by any means, but the main thing is that they haven't lost the wicket. When you're chasing 250,
Right.
you need to keep wickets in hand.
Right now, this is a carbon copy of the of USA's first innings in the first 5 overs or so. Well, not exactly a carbon copy. USA did lose 1 wicket. What was it, the 4th over?
Jasdeep Singh into the attack, replacing Rusty Theron. Just a 3-over burst for Theron. I think that's how you use your quick bowlers in those 3-over spells, especially on a very hot day.
Yeah. Absolutely. And Jesse likes to run up from the side screen also. So I can't imagine his spell being terribly long either.
Been in and out of that USA national team, Jasdeep Singh. Yeah, we'll be relying on this series, Jasdeep Singh, to really impress the selectors, to show that he's got what it takes to be in the 50 over reckoning.
Very popular player, especially where he plays his regular cricket. New York, New Jersey, up in the Northeast. Extremely popular with his teammates in minor league cricket. A leader on that team. He's kind of the heart and soul, the energy of the team. And I talked to some of his teammates about how they were going to make up for that when he left on tour with USA. And the team actually fared pretty well. But they did express, I believe they lost their first game, and that was a very tight division where you really couldn't afford to lose, 1 or 2 games. But they gathered themselves well and played well with in his absence. And when he came back, he just added to them even more.
Does have some experience traveling to the West Indies a couple of times at the Super 50 for the USA, well, ICC America's team.
Yes, also as a member of CPL.
For the Guyana
Couple
Amazon
years
Warriors.
Yeah.
This one in the air, but over the man. And it will go almost into the boundary. So Teja Mukamala been there for a long time. Just latched onto that short delivery.
Just steered it away. Taking advantage of the 2 fielders outside the circle here. Showing why he bats where he does.
Yeah, just got too short. Jasdeep Singh. After 3 dot balls on a good length. Every time we've seen throughout the day, we're too short. It's been put away. Another punch this time, and it will be 4 more. Sateja Mukamala, 2 boundaries and 2 deliveries. Turning on the heat for the MLC East.
Peter Della Penna playing the air guitar right now. As one of the USA raised players, one of the domestic USA products, and from his own state of New Jersey. There you go. So, yeah, here we go. Saiteja's on his way right now.
And the 6, 22 for none. So change of ends for Rusty Theron. Interesting move from the captain, Monak Patel. Just wonder what he may have seen from this end. And just also 3 overs for Nacho Volker. All hit on the back leg. Pretty high up though. Smith Patel, that's going to hurt.
Monak is definitely an active captain. He likes to, I think he takes a lot of chances, and I think they've worked out for him pretty well so far. I enjoyed watching his work against Ireland in the 2 T20s. I thought he did very well.
Deep fine leg in place, just be a single. So for this USA Invitational 11, looking to start off with a win. Already got a decent total on the board, 253. Now have to follow it up with the ball in hand.
I was talking to Liam in between innings. Liam Plunkett, the coach of the East team, making his Major League coaching debut. He will feature as a player for, and probably as a coach also for the Philadelphians. I was talking to him about how he felt about the batting depth of his 11 today, and he said he feels pretty strongly that they'll do well. And he did express that he thought Corny Drive bowled a little bit too short at the start.
Well, he's already helped those fast bowlers like Corny Drive, like Justin Dill, Bolisetti as well, just because of that experience that he's got. Of course, winning the World Cup for England, and a wide down the left side for Rusty Theron.
And very importantly, he's also a strength and conditioning coach. And from what I've heard around the camp, he's been very helpful. He's impressed a lot of people with his knowledge and his knowledge of application and his personality, how he communicates. So he seems to be an excellent asset. You mentioned before it was a great find for Major League Cricket. Excellent acquisition. Who would have thought a couple years back that Major League Cricket would have landed Liam Plunkett?
Yeah, and I mean, looking to see which other high-profile names do come over to the United States. Just forcefully on the front foot. I really like the look of Sateja Mukamala. Such a young player, but fearless to face up to the likes of Rusty Theron and Jasdeep Singh, Saurabh Shavalkar as well.
Yes, him and Rahul Jarawala as well, who also made the minor league final with the Silicon Valley Strikers, winning the championship. But he also opened the batting. So we have a couple of very talented young top order batters in that U19 age group who are performing extremely well against the very best in the country. That's such a promising sign.
End of 7, 24 for none. So Smith Patel Mukamala, 24 run partnership this opening stand. Has been happy to come front for a run out chance. Had he hit direct, he was gone. Kareem Agor knew it as well. He just slipped in the middle of the pitch. Have seen this throughout the day for batters Xavier Marshall, Aaron Jones. And had Kareem Agor hit directly from there, would have been a run out. Big lifeline for the East team. On the front foot again. Can't score. So just continuing to be dominant on the front foot. I start for this MLC Silver team. What a shot that is. Through the covers, on the back foot, just too short. And anything that has been short today has been penalized. Just covers so much ground. Smith Patel. Too much width on offer easy pickings. He races on to 12 now. So Jasdeep Singh got to be a lot straighter in his line. From around the wicket, Saurabh Netravalkar. Try and bowl into the body of Smith Patel. 28 for 9 now. That current run rate, not too much of a bother at this stage. Very early days, 50 over encounter. Just need to go at 5 runs and over for the full 50. Netravalkar around the wicket again. Looking to be out wide outside that off stump, but on that occasion early on in this over, he was just too wide. So just one delivery remaining in this over. 30 for none. MLC Silver, good start. They would have spoken at the halfway interval. Nick Plunkett, Captain Dan Pete, would have wanted to go through that first 10. Oh, inside edge, almost. Just trickles the square leg. A good delivery to end the over at the end of 8. The Silver team, 30 for none. So Monarch Patel has been happy to shuffle between his bowlers. He's used Netravalkar and Theron from both ends. So we did see them use the new ball. Then the change of ends for Rusty Theron. Jasdeep Singh was used for a couple of overs. Keeping it under control of the US Invitational 11. Even though they haven't been able to pick up a wicket. Still able to keep things relatively measured. We'll want to keep rotating the strike. That will be the important thing. So good at riding the bounce, Smith Patel. That CPL stint would have done his confidence a world of good. 50 on debut. Never easy to score a half century. Just shows the amount of quality in these Houston Challenge matchups. Well, this one straight up should be taken. 2 men underneath, and it's taken in the end. A superb catch from Xavier Marshall. Never easy running back. With the wind, the ball swirling. The Rusty Theron, the short delivery works for the USA team. They've got there first. It was just very short from Rusty Theron. Dug in. Xavier Marshall had to run back. Had to dive as well. Smith Patel knew it from the time it left the bat. Didn't get the connection. Great catch. One-handed in the end, I think. Have to see that one again. Here he is running. Just in the end, the right hand. Really good catch from Marshall. So that prized wicket that they would have wanted the US Invitational 11 getting their man Smith Patel brings Cody Shetty. So Mukamala just placing that one into the onside, and he will get 4 as well. This beautiful game of cricket. Xavier Marshall, one-handed blinded the ball before. Cut off the boundary, full-length dive. Again, just such a good time of the ball, Mukamala. Just caress that into the gap. And in the end, gets it to the boundary for 4. All right, this one down. This beautiful batting from Mukamala, a young player, but clearly he's got a lot of potential at this level. And if he can get a big score to anchor this team's run chase, I think would really make a difference, and also ring some alarm bells around him. That's Cody Shetty at the other end. From South Africa, a lot of first-class experience for him as well. Unable to get off the mark. Ends us over for round 1. 6 and a wicket, 36 for 1. So just 4 runs and over exactly at this stage. The MLC East team. Cody Shetty new to the crease. Mukamala well set. Getting some treatment. Xavier Marshall in the field. To that left hand which was struck when he was batting. So going off the field, Xavier Marshall, Gajadhan Singh on to replace him. Not a substitute fielder, Singh. He was ready to come back on, and just the two swap out for each other, both in the playing 11, of course. Again, ball hitting the glove, just spooning up in the air. They did have that short leg in the previous couple overs, but None at the moment. I just wanted the tactic, the thinking behind having both of these opening bowlers just swap ends. Or just helps it along its way into the gap as well. Mukamala, this young man, clearly he's got something about him. He's not backing down. Use the pace of Nachavalka, gets another boundary. Just too short. Again, every time they've gone short, it's just sat up way too slow. And Mukamala, a man has been there now for 30 odd deliveries. It's going to be easy pickings. A rare inconsistency from Saurabh Nachavalkar. Just rides this one down to third man. Brilliant batting so far, but the work far from finished. Mukamala could get a big 50 or even 100 today. You would think the East would be in an ideal position to win this game. But it won't be easy. On not the best surface for batting, but also against a potent USA Invitational 11 bowling lineup. Straight to point. Chance of run out. Does he hit? And does he get there in time? Thought he was very slow to get back. We have the benefit of getting the replay, but the umpire doesn't. Had to make a close call. Shetty took off, sent back, and again sliding in the middle was a long way away from here. Ooh. Just look at it again. Slow down by the camera crew. Bat does stick in the pitch. Could freeze it right there. I think he was gone. But obviously very tough touch and go call. Great camera work though to get that replay from side on. So may have just dodged a bullet, the MLC East team. And you would think the key wicket being Sateja Mukamala. Now for this team. Almost had their second a couple deliveries ago. Again, short, but gets away with it. Straight to the man. Shetty yet to get off the mark. 41 for 1 after 10. Jasdeep Singh, just the one over, very expensive, went for 8, back into the attack now, replacing Rusty Theron. So these three seamers will be the main go-to for the Invitational 11. think he can be threatening Singh. If he's a bit fuller, just need him to be a bit fuller. Like that. You want a challenge for wickets, even if it means being hit for boundaries. You've got runs on the board, so you have runs to play with. Again, that full length. Mukamala can't score, but the way he started, 25 from 36 deliveries against seasoned international quicks like Saurav Nachavalkar, Rusty Theron, and now Jasdeep Singh. Never easy for a man under 20 years old. Clearly a very talented prospect in the US pipeline. I'm going to scamper through. That's another good quality of his innings. Mukamala. Nate rejoining me. Mukamala continuing to impress.
Yes, indeed. He's 26 from 37 right now. Excellent shape. Let's see how many he can get. I think most USA cricket fans are going to love seeing him do well here. And even Jesse now having bowled from both ends.
So a clear tactic from just Mana Patel to have his seamers go from both ends, probably to try and see, you know, which is being able to extract the most. It is that type of surface where you do get that extra bit of bounce from the highway end.
I like these little tents we have around today. Cricket and tents go so well together, don't they? I can see a future where this ground is surrounded by nice little pop-up tents like this, giving shade to the fans, to the spectators.
Much better over from Singh, just the one single conceded, 42 for 1. So for the first time today, we will see spin. First time, I should say, in this USA Invitational bowling innings. Noshas Kengjige. Left arm spin. 2 left arm spinners as the main spin options for Mana Patel. Good move to get spin into the attack.
Yeah, I think so. It's hardly ever a bad time for Nosh to come in. He takes wickets. This is my daughter's favorite cricketer, Nosh. I picked him up from the airport once with my daughter in her car seat, and she asks me about him every time I watch cricket now. So Iris, if you're watching, which I definitely aren't, you're watching cartoons right now, but here's your favorite guy.
Yeah, he will be very full. Will bowl with a lot of flight as well. Usually we see a lot of left arm spinners around the world, very quick, through the air, but Kenjige sort of, that's where he's lethal because of that extra bit of flight.
Much like Krishnamurthy in the first innings. We have our variety of left arm spinners in this country. We have quite a nice variety of them. Obviously, Karima goes a little more flat, a little more quick. Nosh through the air more.
Yeah, no doubt Kareem Agora, the main spin option for the USA men's national team. I'm interested to see how Sateja Mukamala now adjusts his rhythm. Now that spin is into the attack. Oh, is that pad first? Is that pad first? Given in the end. So Mukamala, who has such a good start, the spin does the better. And he was dead in front. It was all about, was it bat or pad? In the end, umpire Roshan Samuels, he sends him. Good decision in the end, I think. Came right across. Noshas Kenjige pleaded with him and finally got his answer.
And once again, Nosh makes an impact immediately.
But for Mukamala, a very impressive innings for the young man to start this series. 27, 44 for 2.
And as I said, there's no shortage of left arm spin options in this country that are eligible right now for USA team selection. And Nosh keeps himself relevant, keeps himself in the team because of his work ethic, and he can bat, and he's a hell of a fielder. But nobody's going to outwork him. He and Hayden Walsh Jr. pretty much set the gold standard in for USA cricket as far as fitness goes. And work ethic. Always working at their craft.
So Milay Kumar from India, extremely experienced. Another one of those blockbuster players that you're looking forward to seeing in this series. But a decent international spell for Kenjige. 11 matches, 15 wickets, an average of 21.5, and an economy of less than 4.5 and over. So definitely has that international experience. Made his debut in 2019, December for the USA.
And prior to that, before the T20s were determined all internationals, and before USA made ODI status, when matches between associates weren't considered internationals, Nosh goes back even further with the team.
So Nick, many people may be hearing an American voice commentating. For those that don't know you, how did you actually get into cricket? How long ago was that?
I got into cricket in 2015, and following the World Cup that year, it was a good World Cup, and I just happened to work with a lot of guys who liked cricket, a lot of Indian guys who liked cricket, and they introduced it to me after I inquired about it. And the first cricket I saw was World Cup 2015. Wahab Riaz bowling to Shane Watson, that fiery spell that everybody always remembers because it's so memorable. That was the first cricket I ever saw. So that sticks with you when you see something like that and you see the intensity of that. And I've been in love with the game ever since.
Just 4 from the over, but a wicket to go with it as well. 46 for 2.
And then, of course, just like anybody would do once you discover a sport, you're going to look up your own national team. And so I researched that, learned about Stephen Taylor. He was one of the first players I heard about. And I just started following the national team that way. Plus, I happen to live in Raleigh, North Carolina, which is right next to Morrisville. And they were working on the Church Street Park at the time, which was a very exciting thing. That was
that really excited me. The fact that the city built something for a population, that area is 20 to 30% South Asian population. So I thought it was very impressive that a municipality went to those lengths for their own community.
This one in the gap. Work for Dominic Ricky at third man to do. Just keeps it to 2. So good work in the end. Cody Shetty finally underway. Just ran really well between the sticks, these two. Yeah, pretty amazing story. And we hope that, you continue to enjoy the game.
Yes, and for those who don't know, I write for Emerging Cricket. I create content for Emerging Cricket, and I have a YouTube show weekly during the minor league cricket season called The Minor League Cricket Show on YouTube, which posts on the Emerging Cricket YouTube channel and also minor league cricket channels, Facebook, and etc.
Yeah, on this MLC network as well. So for those tuning in, do subscribe, like, and stay tuned for a lot more exciting content as this year kicks off. So studio deliveries are running in the 13th.
Yeah, one of the exciting things about minor league and major league cricket are all the interesting and talented people that are getting involved, such as yourself, Nick. At this point in your career, you're a young man who's doing very well for yourself in the, in a profession that you've latched onto and really worked hard at. And yourself and guys like Joel, it's great to see you guys involved in. It's great to see Major League Cricket, minor league cricket, bringing you guys in and utilizing you with your skills set that you have. It shows a lot of smarts on their part, if you ask me.
Yeah, appreciate that. Milind Kumar on strike. A lot of experience for him. 46 first-class matches in India. An average of 46.7 as well. Does pack the punch. A listed average of 43. Milind Kumar has been part of the Delhi Daredevils setup.
Really friendly guy. He, I asked him yesterday if he wasn't a cricketer, what would he want to be? He didn't seem to have any good answer. This is the only thing he wants to do. It was as if I asked him something that was impossible. But a very friendly person, good cricketer. He'll definitely boost the scene around here.
Yeah, we'll take his time. Milind Kumar, not a T20, it's 50 over encounter, so he can just take in conditions for a couple of deliveries. Just 5 and over required. End of 13, 49 for 2. Noshas Kenjige back into the attack. First over, got a wicket, the crucial wicket of Mukamala. And as we were discussing off air, Milind Kumar, I think, will be happy that Kenjige is bowling, Nate. From India, very good player of spin.
Yeah, very consistent numbers, it looks like. 43 average in list A with just 1 century in 61 innings, which means he's always around that average of his.
Nick, you've done a lot of exciting things this year. What do you think stands out the most over the last couple of years for you? What is the memory that you like the most?
I think being able to do the Under-19 World Cup was a great experience. But then even I think where it all started for me in USA cricket, seeing the MLC series, this one in the air, but it's very straight and it'll get to the boundary. So Milind Kumar immediately attacking the spin of Kenjige, using his feet, getting close. Created that length for him by coming down the track. Knew exactly where that long off-fielder was positioned.
And you have a good rapport with a lot of the Caribbean players, having even played with a lot of especially the Barbados fellas.
Just beats extra cover, be a single. Yeah, I know a lot of the Caribbean guys, Aaron Jones, Xavier Marshall, Stephen Taylor, for quite some time.
We got to see Rodman Powell play in minor league cricket this year. He's in the IPL right now.
Currently with the Delhi Capitals.
What an impressive player he is.
Yeah, it was a big part of the New Jersey Stallions getting to that minor league final. Be interesting to see if they are able to bring him back for this year.
That will be interesting to see, especially if you consider, these leagues, especially this league with it being 10 weeks long. Players can come in and out of the season because of other competitions around the world. So it'll be interesting to see how long Rodman Powell plays. He played at just the right time for the Stallions at the end of the season and into the playoffs last year. Whereas in contrast, Manhattan Yorkers lost Smit Patel after the first few weeks due to the CPL. Rodman Powell came in the last few weeks for the Stallions, and that really boosted them, put them over the edge, really. He played some of the prettiest shots I've ever seen in person at Church Street Park. He really does put the ball where he wants to and gets it there quick.
Well, this will be runs on 4 of them as well. For Milind Kumar, really looked the part so far. In just 8 deliveries, Jasdeep Singh fearing just a little too full. And a player of Kumar's quality, not going to miss out on that. This could be a worry for the USA national team if he continues to bat.
Yeah, speaking of balls getting to the boundary in a hurry, that was an excellently timed shot there, like Milind Kumar.
Any idea which minor league team he'll be playing for?
No, I'm not really sure. They have not released the retained players or the signees yet, the marquees and whatnot, the pros. That's to come in the coming months, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing where players like Milind Kumar end up.
So Singh already under the pump, first delivery conceding a boundary. Well on par in terms of the run rate. Just around 4 and over, 8 wickets in hand, but that wickets column will be what the Invitational 11. We'll be thinking about good Yorker executed by Jasdeep Singh. Another chance of a run out. Milind Kumar very busy at the crease, always looking to rotate the strike.
Told me yesterday his favorite cricketer growing up was Sachin Tendulkar. Didn't even finish the question before he gave me the answer. Very much a fan of cricket. He seems to be. Very enthusiastic guy.
Heat maybe just getting to some of these players. Xavier Marshall been in a real battle today. Almost back onto the stumps of Milind Kumar. Very lucky on that occasion. So 60 for 2. Looking for that 254 needed for victory.
Oh,
In the air. And it just seemed to be taken on the bounce by Ignatius Kanjige. Almost had their man.
and not due to lack of effort from Kanjigi there. He's really springed forward on that ball.
Yeah, Singh thought he was out, but clearly on the bounce. I like that though when Jasit Singh goes a lot fuller, hits the bat so hard.
And we almost saw the Jasdeep Singh famous celebration there. One of the best guys in the country to watch celebrate a wicket.
Do of course have Zahid Zakil. You can still bat for this MLC East team. But that brings us to the end of 15 and the drinks break. Be back in a few minutes time for some refreshments for both the teams. So Kenjige, just the 2 overs for him. We did see Milind Kumar take a liking to him. Need to take wickets, this USA national team. First delivery, challenging Milind Kumar. This will be a good battle, Nate. Kumar up against Kenjige.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. Strength against strength here. I've joked before that USA could bring 5 left-arm spinners into their team. It's only kind of halfway of a joke. They have enough quality there that they, that would be fun, but nobody would do that.
Has like to advance down the track, Milind Kumar. Second time he does it, second time he gets runs. Same sort of deliveries that he got. The wicket of Mukamala, just very full, testing the defense. Another dot delivery. Really good bowling from this. And not just Kenjige ends the over. Very tight one. Just the 1 run from it. Sorry, the 2 runs from it. 62 for 2.
Nick, you mentioned the U19 World Cup as a highlight for you this year. Having seen some of the USA U19 players in some of the events you've commentated this year, how do you think USA would have fared?
Yeah, very well, actually, in terms of some of the quality.
Yeah, I think the consensus is that this was one of the strongest, if not the strongest, USA U19 team that there's been. Definitely the strongest in quite some time. It's tough to say the strongest when the 09 team made the U19 World Cup.
But I, however, do think, though, it is the start of much more to come. I think you will see that continuous influx of talent in the USA setup. And this is great. Credit to minor league as well, major league, for putting on things like this, giving these young players the exposure, because this is how ideally they will get better.
100%. And I'm one of the few people actually who actually was present for the 2019 selection camp for the U19, and then the 2021 selection camp for the U19 team. So I got to see the final cut, and I gotta say, many more players were in the mix this time around than a few years back.
Spin from both ends, Kareem Agor into the attack. So 2 left arm spinners. You can see Kareem Agor much quicker in terms of trajectory and that pace of the ball.
It's always a good thing when you have your 14-man unit and 3 or 4 other guys could come in if they had to. That's always great.
Just out of the hands of Kenjige at point. and will go through to the boundary. So they are scoring off of the spin. These two in the middle. Cody Shetty just getting a move on. Really a misfield. Should have been stopped. I expect these two to get through the overs pretty quickly for the USA Invitational 11. Oh, full toss this time. More runs this time. Over square leg. Another boundary. Consecutive boundaries in the over. Turning the heat on now, Cody Shetty.
That's just not a good ball from Karima there.
Yeah, really should be a lot straighter in terms of his line. You can see what he's trying to do, ball at the body with the field he's got. But just way too far down the leg side. And Shetty's been there for a long time. Perfect opportunity for him to be able to get a move on his innings. So 8 from the over. It was actually Milind Kumar on strike, not Cody Shetty for that over. This one in the air and more runs. We'll just beat that field at long on, sorry, mid on, and it'll go all the way for 6 as well. So Milind Kumar. Now Cody Shetty. Taking a liking to the spin, left arm spin. And they have both advanced down the track as a mode of attack.
Milind Kumar in the ball cap. MS Dhoni style. And Cody Shetty in the helmet.
Keeping it very low. Noshis Kanjige, much better though in terms of the length, pulls it back. But what they're doing well is that predicting the length that Kanjige is looking to bowl by chipping down and creating their own length.
We just saw Kanjige bowling flat and quick. I'm sorry, we just saw Kareem Agor bowling flat and quick, and now Kanjige, different type of bowler.
It will be a concern for Monat Patel, the captain of the USA Invitational team. The longer these two bat, especially Milind Kumar, raced to 22 so far. Playing the perfect innings.
Smash that one.
Yeah, that's 6. From the time it left the bat, you just knew it. And I think Monat Patel's going to have to go back to seam here. These last 2 overs have been costly. 13 runs so far. And again, advancing down the track. Nothing that Noshis Kanjige could do about it.
Just turning that into a meatball and putting it over the sign over there.
So now 1 delivery mini in this over. They've already got 13 from the over. This could be exactly what the East needed to just swing momentum back in their favor. So 6.1 and then another maximum. Milind Kumar, such a good player at spin, and he's showing it at the PV5 ground. And it's also the fact that he's scoring so quickly is the other problem for the USA team. Ends with a dot though. 13 from the over, a massive one for the East team. 83 for 2. So Kareem Magor still persisting with the spin. Surprising move for you, Nate.
I don't know. I think they'll bowl him this over and then probably change the next one. I'll be surprised if Nosh continues. I'll be very surprised if that happens. I don't think that's going to happen at all. But
Have to reball that one, Kareem Magor. Yeah, very interesting tactic by Patel to go back to Gore, given Milind Kumar's expertise against spin. Of course, Milind Kumar in that IPL setup. And anytime you have a first-class average of over 46 playing in India, just tells you how good he really is.
And Kareem Agor here, well known around the associate world as one of the best fielders in the game.
Straight to point. Chance for run at the bowler's end. Had to hit direct though. Quick between the wickets is Cody Shetty.
Plays up in the Eastern Conference in minor league cricket. A lot of Astro wickets there. I would like to see him bowling more on turf personally. But his athleticism is amazing, and his fielding is amazing. And there was a time when USA Cricket had both Kareem Agor and Hayden Walsh Jr. in the team. And you were just destined to have a great fielding play every single innings.
Getting through the overs very quickly, Kareem Agor. Much better though in terms of this one. Much better comeback from him.
He's definitely a bulldog. He doesn't give in. He doesn't ever seem to be intimidated.
Somehow they come back for 2 to end the over. So it will be 7 from it, 90 for 2.
So as with most other associate nations, cricketers here in the USA have a lot to juggle more than just cricket, don't they? Especially the young guys juggling school. You know a thing or two about that, right, Nick?
Yeah, it's never easy, especially for a lot of these young talents in the team. We saw Sateja Mukamala, Sanjay Krishnamurti, Yasser Mohammed, part of the USA team.
Abraham Bolasetti. All students right now spending all of their extra time playing the game of cricket and creating extra time to play the game of cricket. I played baseball in college, and that was difficult as well. Your coach doesn't really care too much about when you have class. doesn't always. It's difficult to juggle all those things, wear all those different hats at the same time. And they're all important hats.
Well, Milind Kumar is turning this game by himself. 31 from just 30. And ready from his first delivery, you could tell he came up with that intent to attack the spin. He's forced the hand of Monak Patel to go back to Rusty Theron. Searching for that wicket. But I think it will also help the South African Cody Shetty. A bit more of what he's used to in terms of that seam. Again, this time, Drew Point tried that. He's tried that shot on a couple of occasions, Cody Shetty, but this time finally squeezes it past. What needs to happen here for the USA Invitational 11?
Well, they definitely need a breakthrough right now. Getting either one of these guys would be good, but as you said, getting Milind Kumar, the longer he bats, the more likely this is a win for the East.
Goes straight up, should be a wicket, and is. Jaskar Malhotra makes no mistake. And Rusty Theron back into the attack, gets the important breakthrough, and it's the wicket of Milind Kumar.
We just spoke it into existence. Half the time we curse things, and we might have cursed that there, but excellent breakthrough for USA Cricket. They'll be thrilled with that. And this looks like Sanjay Krishnamurthy coming in. We don't have any numbers on the jerseys for the East team, so we have to go by silhouette. And that is a Sanjay Krishnamurthy silhouette right there. Long legs, long arms. He's just all levers.
So it is Sanjay Krishnamurthy who comes to the crease. And like every time they've gotten a start, one of these East batsmen, they've just thrown it away. And Milind Kumar was so prolific against the spin. Monak Patel went to his pace and immediately getting a wicket, Nate. His second, he's bowled well, Rusty Theron.
Yeah, that was humongous for USA. Now it's 90 for 3. We've got a good game on our hands.
Yeah, indeed. So Rusty Theron just making sure he has the right field. Krishnamurthy.
That should help give USA some energy. They were looking very tired at the drinks break.
Yeah, ambidextrous under 19. Oh, gets a short delivery. Rusty Theron knows him well. Plays minor league together. Krishnamurthy and Theron.
Also almost a personal coach to Sanjay Krishnamurthy. They work together very often.
And we saw it earlier with Aaron Jones and Cornet Dry. Now with Rusty Theron and Sanjay Krishnamurthy. Always good, these battles, these matchups. Two dots to end the over. At the end of 20, the East team, 90 for 3. Nate to join you for the next couple of overs. Peter Della Penna.
Kareem Gore stays on for USA Invitational 11. And Cody Chetty pokes it through the covers for a single there. Peter, I was talking about how the East don't have numbers on their jerseys, so we kind of have to go by silhouette sometimes. And when I saw Sanjay Krishnamurthy batting, I don't think I've ever been more certain about who somebody was.
He sticks out. He's got a very distinct frame, very wiry frame, very tall frame. We were saying before, he's got time to fill out. But he's got a very athletic, wiry, sinewy, I like throwing that word in there, sinewy frame.
There's a Scrabble word for you.
You get 4 for the W, and I think 4 more for the Y.
Is it long enough to be the entire?
You can get, you're not going to get the 7-letter
Not the
use
7
all
letter.
your letters massive bonus there, unfortunately. But close.
But yeah, Sanjay has been described to me by Burt Cockley as being one giant tendon. Very springy guy. And that looks like the over right there. The East are 93 for 3 after 21. And Rusty Theron stays on. And Peter, as good as the Western Conference in minor league cricket is, the Western Division, as good as that division is, Rusty always stands out when you watch him in that division. He always stands out as probably the top fast bowler out there. Well played there by Cody Chetty. Single to third man brings Sanjay Krishnamurthy on strike.
Well, again, he's one of these players you were talking about before. You don't want to run into him in a back alley at 2 a.m. because there's only going to be one winner.
Especially if he has a cricket ball in his hand, right?
Or a bat, or both.
Or a bat.
He's a big unit, built like a linebacker.
He's also part of the Ginger Club, like me. So you better watch out. You better not cross him.
He's also, though, he's from the Elmore Hutchinson School of Gentle Giants. One of the most pleasant guys to interact with off the field. Always got a smile on his face.
Very true. Got a lot more to say though than Elmore.
Yeah, that is true.
Great shot there. Beautiful shot by Sanjay. Nice cut late. Right between the field. Backward a point. Excellent shot.
One of the criticisms of Sanjay Krishnamurthy is that sometimes he plays with very hard hands. He can push hard at the ball. He hits the ball very hard, but sometimes he has struggled finding the gaps. Placement has been something that he's had to work on, but you can see with that shot, it is something that he's focused on in this winter, this off season, where he was always middling the ball, but it's just about sometimes using your wrists, finding the gaps, just easing the ball a little bit, not having to hit everything so hard. Right there, the placement was excellent on that shot.
Oh, he runs one down to third man for a single to bring Cody Chetty back on strike.
There's another example of it. Just that soft hands, that it's a typical one-day cricket shot. Just running the ball off the open face to third man. That's the kind of shot that a year ago wasn't really part of his arsenal as much as a lot of the straight drives that he excels at when he can just swing the bat like a pendulum and just smash it.
And Peter, that boundary that he had 2 balls ago, that kind of reminded me of baseball when a when you're timing the swing for the pitcher's fastest pitch, and you get a breaking ball or a curveball, and you have to hold yourself up, but keep yourself balanced enough and keep your shape so that you can still hit that ball.
I thought you were going to go another direction. I thought you were going to talk about the hit and run and just being able to adjust, keep your hands back to go through the offside, to go through the gap in between first and second on the hit and run.
It is also like that. So it's like baseball 2 times, which is extra good. So yeah, you're right. It was kind of like a hit and run, but that was
And for people who don't watch baseball, there is a skill to it. It's not a matter of just you swing as hard as you can in baseball. There is some
there's a lot of skill,
strategy and skill in terms of where you're placing the ball. If you're still using a hit and run, which is kind of going out of vogue in modern times, Nate, sadly.
There's so much skill in baseball that they've decided to handicap it by taking away the shift. Unfortunately. Something that we've talked about. But yeah, Peter, it's been a great year or so for cricket in the USA as far as the on the field action goes. There's been so much activity. There were 4 national championships last year in 2021. 2 from the women's, 2 from the men's. The age group under 19 plus senior. And not only that, but we had a talent search for the women's, and we now have a rough idea about how many women in this country play cricket. And I think that's a great starting point. Next up is get more women playing cricket.
There was another single on that over. There was another single in the previous year with the 8 runs. Sanjay should be
So Peter is now policing the score sheet, making sure that the screen, making sure that your screen reflects the accurate score. Nice late cut there, Sanjay. He's finding a lot of runs behind the point today. Oh, how about that? What do you call that shot? That was nice. Chopped it straight back behind square.
I like to call that the hammer sweep.
Like
getting
that.
the hammer, like you chop it. Yeah, get the axe
I
out.
like that.
You're just coming straight down over the top of the ball, like you said, with the axe, the hammer. The hammer sweep through fine leg. Great shot by Cody Chetty.
I've seen Johnny Kahn do that. Johnny Kahn, the king of sweep.
He is an expert at the sweep shot.
And the varieties of the sweep shot, including the hammer sweep that we just saw. And that'll be 2 runs. Fairly easily there. Kareem Agor knocks the throw down. So Mononk has ridden Kareem Agor here through a little bit of a rough patch early on. He's stuck with him now, and he's in his 4th over. And Cody Chetty, that gets through the fielder. And I believe that's Ritwik Behera over there. No, it's not. I don't think. Let's see. I believe USA have 2 substitute fielders in right now for Aaron Jones and Ganjanan Singh. Actually, that might be Ritwik Behera out there. I apologize for my poor eyesight at about 120, 130 yards. And looks like the batters are going to take a little break here, get some water as Zahid Zakhail comes out to refresh the East batsman, and he runs back in. Interestingly, Zahid Zakhail, who just brought the drinks out, does not have batting pads on. So it will be interesting to see who the East send out next. Of course, depending on the situation. I did ask Liam Plunkett a couple of questions in between the innings, and you can see that on the Major League Cricket Twitter account if you'd like. Please follow, retweet, like, all of the above.
I was trying to photobomb you during your interview, Nate. You kept your focus very professionally during your interview with Liam Plunkett.
You did pass through there. You did pass through, like a shark.
You were very I was lurking in the background there.
I saw your hat pass through like a shark's fin.
Dun dun dun.
Luckily, I got Liam up on some elevation there, so.
Yeah, I think he would have. He's the big fin. He's the great white. I'm just
he's a big fella.
I'm just a sand shark compared to him.
Well, Peter. One of the things about him is he's a very gracious person, very friendly, easy to talk to. He wants to talk about cricket with people. He wants to talk about Major League Cricket with people, and very pleasant guy. I mean, it's tough to top him. That's not always the case in the associate world, is it?
It's also not always the case in Philadelphia. It's just the
Well,
first nice guy I've met in the southeastern Pennsylvania.
We have a couple of New York Giants fans here on comms, so we could go down there.
He can be my bodyguard if I ever try and get into Lincoln Financial Field. He'll protect me.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, he's nice. He's big. He's not stupid. I don't think that's gonna happen. Jesse Singh roaring in. Has Jesse shortened his run up?
Doesn't look like that would be noticeable if Jesse shortens his run up.
He's running in. Looks like from the edge of the circle. I seem to remember him running in from further back than that in the past.
Well, and running into the wind today, he's going to get some miles on those legs for sure. He's been fielding on the boundary. And on a hot day like this, he's going to sweat off a few pounds, that's for sure. It's a very taxing day out there in the sun, as Nate has said quite a few times. Right around now is when it was forecast to get above 90 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, Jaskaran just mistimed his jump just a little bit. Kind of set that in the air like a volleyball, didn't he?
Yeah, but there was nobody on the front row to spike the ball after the setup there, Nate. Unfortunately, he, like you said, palmed it up. He was in good position. He just mistimed his jump. It was kind of floating to him.
Those are a lot harder than they look, to be honest. Those are very difficult.
And he's got the wind blowing in his face, so he's dealing with the ball, trying to judge it. Is it still going to keep rising the way
those are trickier than they look.
He's facing, but again with the wind as well, the wind is coming at him, so he's got to deal with that factor, and that's part of the reason why he struggled to time it. And you can see again there another really misjudged chance by Yasser Muhammad out there, who's on as a sub fielder. The wind is causing a lot of problems right now in this over for USA Invitational 11.
Yes, I think if Yasser could have that back, I think he would have gone a little more aggressively to that ball. I think there was a half a chance there.
And he's somebody who typically is aggressive, and the sun is behind him, so the sun wasn't an issue. He's not looking into the sun. It was purely the wind that was a factor. It's that crosswind square of the wicket. It's not just straight up and down, and that's what caused him difficulty.
And Kareem Agor fields that at backward point. Nobody's going to take a chance on him. That was not a chance on anybody, though.
Would have been a way for the teenagers today to make their mark, though. They're not in the official starting 11, but got an opportunity on as a subfielder. I've seen Ritwik Behera on as a subfielder. I've seen Yasser obviously out there with that half chance, if you want to call it that, just now at deep mid-wicket. And just unable to capitalize with the ball in the air. It's
And
just
Yasser
those tricky conditions, Nate. Go ahead. Sorry.
No problem. Yasser performed quite well against Ireland, didn't he?
Had a magnificent spell of leg spin late in the game, and I actually was in the commentary box at the time, and I said they should have gone to Ritwik Behera. I thought having a leg spinner at that stage would have been a gamble not worth taking, but Yasser made me eat my words, and I never should have doubted a Garden Stater, Nate. New Jersey pride.
I don't. You won't make that mistake again. I think you're just looking for an excuse to not make that mistake again, honestly. We talk an awful lot about how to spread the game here in the USA, grow the game, emerging cricket, who I contribute with. That's pretty much our tagline: grow the game. So I've heard you talking today. Ooh, there we go. And Sanjay Krishnamurthy is caught and bowled by Nashtush Kenjigi on his second ball of the 25th over. Nosh is not going to miss those.
He's one of the sharpest fielders in the team, and again, I would credit that wicket just to his experience bowling in these windy conditions. Nosh has been in Texas now for a few years, and he's a very shrewd, cagey character, and bowling with the wind at his back, and Sanjay was struggling to time that ball and keep it down. He just chipped it up in the air. The ball kind of hustled onto him a bit quicker than he expected, perhaps, or arguably the other direction. It just didn't come onto the bat because he's threw the shot a little bit early. You can see just a gentle chip back to Kenjige, who just had to lunge forward in his follow-through. And yeah, I just feel like that's a product of Krishnamurthy struggling to adapt to the flight that Kenjige is bowling with, using the wind to his advantage.
And interestingly, Sanjay, during the U19 Nationals, did not bat well, and this was the ground where this was the facility where the Nationals were held.
It's an excellent point. And again, yeah, he struggled at the crease. Again, it was very windy. Almost a year ago to the week is when that tournament was. It was Easter week when that tournament was held a year ago, as we got some sort of equipment issue with the incoming batter, who looks like Saideep Ganesh. And he's going to have to change his pads because he's got white pads on, and of course this is a one-day match in colored uniforms. So he's waiting for Sanjay Krishnamurthy to take his pads off to use those, so we'll have a slight delay here. But yeah, he bowled very well. He was clever using the wind as a bowler, but didn't really have the same amount of success with the bat. And the thing I liked about Kenjige there, he struggled when he was bowling into the wind. So Kenjige bowled his first spell from the farthest end of the ground, and that's where he got smashed for the 2 sixes in that 18th over, one each by Milan Kumar and Cody Chetty. And that's the end that the Major League Cricket East squad has been capitalizing on, scoring the bulk of their runs, hitting with the wind at their back. Kenjige switches ends, comes on with a new spell where he's bowling with the wind, and the batters are hitting into the wind, and you can see the result. Just 2 balls into his new spell with a change of conditions. He's using the wind to his advantage from this end rather than having the batters attack him. All you got to do, if you're batting from the highway end and the bowler's coming in from the far end, all you have to do is chip it in the air. Just shovel it in the air, and the wind's going to do the rest of the work for you. And that's why Kenjige was struggling bowling from that end, especially if you're a spinner. I don't feel like USA capitalized nearly as much as they could have. You saw Xavier Marshall hit a few sixes that way, but they really didn't capitalize on those overs nearly as much as they probably could have and should have, hitting with the wind. And you saw Kenjige take that punishment, but he switches ends. Now he's got the wind to his advantage. They're trying to hit through the wind towards the highway end, and that's what brought about the downfall of Sanjay Krishnamurthy. It's finally got the pads on right for Saideep Ganesh to make his arrival to the crease.
And I think that's the old lull them to sleep by accidentally putting the wrong pads on move, and then come out and smash the ball and just show everybody you know what you're doing. I think that's what we're about to see right here. But yeah, that was the third bowler that has changed ends in this innings for USA. They've changed ends with both Jesse and Rusty, and now with Nosh. So, kind of typical stuff here at PVCC, wouldn't you say, as far as the wind and working around the wind?
I'll be very curious if and when that stadium stand gets built, how that'll affect the conditions here at this facility, because that could close off that wind tunnel from one side of the ground.
Well, you might think USA might want to have some games here the way that obviously Mononk seems to know how to manage a game here as a captain. Maybe get a little bit of an edge over your opposition internationally.
But you see that in Florida, too, at the ground at Broward County Stadium. You've got the grandstand on one side of the ground and the open air on the north side of the ground. And that north side is where that wind tunnel blows out, and you see some heavy scoring in the late afternoon when the winds start to whip up after noontime, 1 o'clock. Some big scores get made when the wind starts blowing out in that direction. Here, you have a similar effect.
That's the over. Kenjige coming through with a big one there. Getting Sanjay Krishnamurthy, who looked promising, especially batting from the highway end. 114 for 4 after 25. So we're about to start the fourth quarter, basically, in football terms.
It's college football. Do we both of us hold up our hands for the four fingers for the fourth quarter?
Yeah, there you go.
And this is Alabama versus Georgia.
Do we have a defense sign too?
Yeah.
Peter, like I was getting to earlier about growing the game in the USA, and then Nosh took that wicket. There have been some exciting things in social media recently that have kind of opened up Americans' eyes to the sport, and one of those is John Boy Media, who you and I have talked at length about.
Good old John Boy.
Yes, he is a New Yorker, and
I won't hold that against him. He's on the other side of the Hudson. That's all right.
And he is very enthusiastic about sports, mostly baseball. Oh, that's a nice shot. Great sliding stop there at the boundary. Is that Wicket Acceleration? Gajanan Singh. Gajanan Singh. I've said every time it goes to that side, I say, is that Wicket Acceleration? And that time it wasn't. So yeah, John Boy Media, 1.5 million subscribers on YouTube, hundreds of thousands of followers on other media, is now tweeting about cricket, opening the eyes of hundreds of thousands of Americans, millions maybe, to the game who haven't heard of it before. And he's, oh, that's a great shot. Great leg cut. Ganjanan Singh dives but can't stop it. And that's 4 for Saideep Ganesh, opening his account there.
Fantastic shot by the youngster. He's had a lot of training in India. He's from California. And right there, emulating what we saw from Sanjay Krishnamurthy earlier, that very well-placed cut shot behind point beats the sweeper Gajanan for a boundary to get off the mark. Not only has he been educating the masses about cricket, but he's also been educating the nuances of the Will Smith, Chris Rock episode at the Oscars. He had a very, very excellent breakdown. Of,
Very early, too.
Yeah.
Within minutes.
quick off the mark.
Probably the first one to get on it. In fact, that's how I found out it even happened.
So John Boy's your man for Oscars SmackDown breakdowns,
Right.
and if you like that, you're gonna love his cricket breakdowns as well, because he's doing it in such a very easy to explain manner that anybody can latch on to.
I've described him before as he's kind of like your popular uncle, you know, that you love to. He's funny. He keeps people entertained, and you know, you have a family function and everybody's watching him and laughing and having a good time. And so imagine having your popular uncle come to a family get together and tell everybody about cricket. You know, no better way to spread the game.
Well, knowing U.S. cricket, Nate, there's always going to be a resentful father jealous of the popular uncle.
All right, here we go. Jesse storming in, and that's the last ball of the over. 6 off of it. And the East are 120 for 4.
I know this much, Nate, though. Neither one of us is going to be that jealous father. We're going to pat the popular uncle on the back and tell him to keep going. Keep going, John Boy.
Absolutely. Because we want to be entertained as well.
Rising tide floats all ships.
And I think that's definitely something, that's definitely the type of motto that Major League Cricket's all about, in my experiences. Minor League Cricket as well. You know, I've talked to Nikhil about all the people that have been involved in Major League Cricket. It's a lot of talented folks, a lot of very enthusiastic folks. Friends of mine in the cricket community who I was already friends with have gotten involved. Steve writing about it, Alan Patel doing commentary, and of course the young talents of Nikhil Uramchandani and Joel Manning.
Now, the question is, the rising tide floats all ships, but what are the ships we're dealing with? Is this a small dinghy? Are we using the Orca from Jaws? Are we using a 100-foot yacht? What are the ships we're dealing with, Nate, in U.S. cricket?
I think we're dealing with... Yeah, that's a good question. I think we're dealing with potentially a whole bunch of ships. You know, we don't even know yet. It's foggy. We don't know how many ships are out there.
We don't want to crash. That's the important thing. We don't want to collide in the fog. It's clear and sunny here today, though, Nate. No fog whatsoever on this field. This gorgeous Prairie View complex.
It is beautiful. It is a beautiful complex. It's very big. And Nosh Tush is back to his ways. 2 runs off 3 balls this over so far. Oh, very creative little scoop there. And it's going to run away for 4.
Now, this is what we didn't see much of in the USA innings until the very last few overs with Aaron Jones at the crease. And this is the shrewdness and the experience. Even somebody as young as Saeed Ganesh just getting able to rub shoulders with a lot of the people he did when he was in Karnataka and now back here in the U.S. with Major League Cricket. Just that game tactical awareness, using the wind to your advantage when ostensibly you're trying to hit into the wind. You can just flip the script, shuffle across the crease to scoop through fine leg, and all of a sudden the wind is being used to your advantage. And that's what we saw on that shot from Saeed Ganesh. Rather than trying to hit into the wind, which is a big struggle, he just flicks it through fine leg, and then you could see the ball race away. And that is the indicator. It shows how strong the wind is going in that direction.
It's a very nice shot. Very nice shot. I got to favor Aaron's shot off of Cornet Dry a little bit. I got to say that was a little bit a higher rating, maybe a 9.7 versus a 9.5. something like that.
Now is this the Switzerland judges scorecard, or is this the French judge back in 2002 in Salt Lake City?
This is a completely unbiased judge.
Switzerland, neutral.
This is the Switzerland judge. Yes, absolutely. No, I just think it's pretty freaking cool when you can paddle sweep that shot off of somebody like Cornet Dry.
Pretty bold. We'll say that much. Definitely.
Could have gone a lot of different ways.
Pretty audacious. Yeah, absolutely. For
And here comes Yasser.
him to do that. Now, officially, Yasser was listed on the team sheet as a sub. Yasser Muhammad, a teenager out of New Jersey. So, might have had a captain's agreement in between innings to have a little bit of flexibility. As the main objective in this challenge series, after all, is for the betterment and development of U.S. cricket. And you want to see somebody like Yasser Muhammad getting to test himself against this caliber of batting unit.
And this is a great situation for him. The East are still very much in this chase, especially with Cody Chetty in really well at 30 runs from 41 balls. And why not give a different arm angle, a different type of drift, a different type of turn with a leg spinner right here.
And also to entice. Again, this is the end where the spinners have been leaking runs, where Dane Pete got hit hard, where Nash Kenjige got hit hard. And what we've seen so far here is Yasser just bowling back of the lane a little bit. He's not pitching it up. You get it too full, it's going to disappear straight back over your head. Those long off and long on fielders are pretty useless with the wind the way it is. So he's getting it on a good length. If he's going to make a mistake, he's going to get it fractionally short. He doesn't want to go too full, because that's when you're going to go for 4 or 6.
And he's sending the square man fielder back to the boundary. Square leg fielder.
That's okay. Now, that might look like a terrible delivery. It's a rain cap tracker. But again, they're only able to get a single off that. If you're going to make a mistake on this pitch in these conditions, it's got to be short. You can get away with that.
And there's an edge. There, an inside edge.
Very good delivery, though. Just on that good to fullish length, not too full. He just gets him teasing forward, but he's stuck in the crease, doesn't use his feet, and as you said, nearly a run out at the non-striker's end. And Cody Chetty survives on 31.
And that was a close play, because Chetty didn't seem to know where the ball went right off the bat. He looked around for a second. Saideep was off to the races immediately. And that moment of hesitation caused a chance there for a run out. And Saideep Ganesh batting with that very straight up and down bat, looking like Rory Burns a little bit. And that's the over. 130 for 4 after 28. Game still very much in the balance. The East needing 123 runs off the final 22 overs. Very attainable. And the depth of this batting for the East has yet to be determined, at least by me. We do still have Zahid Zakhail, who we've talked about, has an excellent first-class average from Afghanistan. We know Cornet Dry can really smash the ball if they can get it to him with enough wickets in hand.
Now we're going to see
time.
We're going to see a bowling change here. Nate Saurabh Netravalkar, the former USA captain, back into the attack. bowled with a new ball from this end.
And what have you noticed so far as the differences between Saurabh Netravalkar's captaincy and Monang Patel's captaincy? I feel like I'm asking just the right guy.
Well, Monang tends to be a little bit more aggressive in the early stages of a match. He'll keep that extra slip in or add another one in if the team is 3 or 4 wickets down early, whereas Saurabh at times tended to be very formulaic, sticking to a script, whether it was field placings or bowling changes. And Monang at times has shown that he'll let a bowler go an extra over if they're in a rhythm and in a solid spell. And typically, the only bowler we ever saw stay on for an extended spell if they were in rhythm when Saurabh Netravalkar was captain was Saurabh Netravalkar.
Well, to his credit, he performed very well in very tough situations for USA. He's a big part of the reason why they have ODI status right now.
He's a very, very good death bowler.
Excellent death bowler.
The thing that stands out about him that kind of baffles a lot of people is the fact that he's not the quickest by any stretch of the imagination. If you compare him to Rusty Tehran or Cornet Dry or some of the other bowlers,
Ali Khan?
here or not here, Ali Khan absolutely. Saurabh is mid to high 70s. He's not going to blow anybody away with his pace, but his accuracy is excellent, and his variations of the death are outstanding. He disguises them well. He's not necessarily a great Yorker bowler. He can get them in the slot not as consistently as, say, Ali Khan. Does a reasonable job, but the thing that he does much, much better than Ali Khan, especially compared to somebody with Ali Khan's pace, Saurabh's variations are outstanding. His cutters, his other variations, just changing the pace, and just shows you don't have to be blazing fast to take wickets. Sometimes it's just a matter of intelligence and just that trickery, that ability to disguise the ball, and slower bouncers. Again, he's not somebody who bowls quick, but he's got a very good slower bouncer. He gets the ball halfway down the track, slower than usual at his pace, and he takes a decent chunk of wickets with that delivery. And that's something that Ali Khan could emulate a little bit more from Saurabh Netravalkar. When Ali Khan exploded onto the scene in 2018 in the franchise world, one of the ways and he found so much success was he had a magnificent slower ball. He worked with Walker Yunus in the Global T20 Canada, who was his coach there, and they worked on developing that slower ball for him, and he had confidence with it. He was using it, and he was getting wickets because when you got somebody who can bowl 140, 145 kilometers an hour, 85, 90 miles an hour, and then you bowl that change of pace delivery at 82 or 79, you can get wickets and be very effective with it. And then over the course of the next year and a half, 2 years, at some point along the way, he just lost a little bit of confidence with it, and he's gone back to almost being a one-pace bowler. You rarely see Ali Khan bowl the slower ball like he did when he first exploded onto the franchise scene. And I think if he just got the confidence back with that, he'd reprise that stellar wicket-taking form that he had in 2018, 2019. And that's something that, as I said, to bring the point back full circle, Saurabh Netravalkar does very, very, very well.
And Cody Chetty played that one to the boundary sweeper for a single. Yasser Muhammad stays on for USA, for the USA Invitational 11, I should say.
Good work, good fielding at mid-on to deny the run.
Oh. Well played there by Saideep. Fighting that one away for a single.
And he's very specific about that, Nate. I learned yesterday during the media session photo day. Saideep. It's not Sai. Sai Mukamala, you can get away with calling Sai instead of Sai Teja. Saideep Ganesh. Very, very, very specific.
When there's a Sai out there and it's Sai Mukamala, do you want to be the second Sai? I would want to be Saideep too, I think.
It's an excellent point. And I always ask guys that because I'm a charter member, card-carrying member of the Mangle Names Club. Della Penna doesn't always roll off the tongue for a good portion of the population, Nate.
You know, that's unbelievable to me. It's unbelievable to me. I think when...
Of course it is, because your name is Nate Hayes. You've never gone through this experience, Nate.
No, I mean, it's unbelievable that somebody would mess up Della Penna. But this is... The reason I say that is probably because I'm looking at cricketers and hockey players' names all the time.
When you grow up...
Della Penna is a breeze compared to a lot of other names.
All these long and 5-6 syllable Russian ice hockey player names.
Right.
Della Penna is a breeze compared to all those.
Kuznetsov. Della Penna is a lot easier than Kuznetsov.
I'm trying to think of all the names. You see, I'm thinking like Vladimir Konstantinov, but to me, Konstantinov is so easy.
That's an
Why
easy
would
one.
people have trouble with that? But
Right.
they do. Sergei Fedorov. Again, I'm dating myself. I'm bringing up all these mid-90s
Right.
Russians. Haven't followed the NHL as closely in recent years as you, Nate.
Well, I haven't followed a whole
I think-
ton.
I think when the Capitals finally started winning Stanley Cups instead of the Devils, I think I decided to turn off.
Well, when the Caps won the World Cup, I mean, it's the Stanley Cup. When the Caps won the Stanley Cup, I kind of like, I mean, I was, oh, there we go. Well played there for a single. Back behind square. But yeah, but when they won the Stanley Cup, I didn't watch every single game after that. I felt like I deserved a little bit of a break. So I've been following more casually in the last 3 years. But you can't blame
More
me.
casually is more than I have. I'll say that. I'm still stuck in New Jersey Devils, Martin Brodeur, Scott Niedermayer, Scott Stevens, Peter Sikora mode. I couldn't tell you who more than 2 or 3 New Jersey Devils are today.
Well, Sorab's still looking good. 20 runs so far from his 6 overs and 2 balls.
What would you think, Nate, if one of the major league or minor league teams decided to go for the old New Jersey Devil color scheme from the 80s and early 90s?
The Christmas colors?
The Christmas colors, or as I heard from other people, it was the Italian soccer team, which didn't make any sense to me because Italia, they wear blue. Even though the Italian flag is
Right.
red, white, and green, they wear blue. It's the Azzurri.
Right.
So I never understood why people would take a stab at the Devils calling them the Italian soccer team on ice, because that's not what the Italians wear on the soccer field.
I like the Devils' old color scheme. I do. It's
Well, it was when they won the Patrick Division in 1988 wearing those colors, but then when they switched to the black and red and white, that's when they started winning Stanley Cups.
oh, inside edge there by Saideep, and they scramble for a single rather easily. Madani fields the balls.
Now, can we get the powers that be at Major League Cricket? Can we get them to forge a trophy that's as big as the Stanley Cup and have the players raise that? And it's like the captain lifts the trophy first, and they do a lap around the field / ice and hand it off to each other, and they get their name engraved on the MLC Cup. Can we make that happen, Nate?
Peter, if any sport can outdo hockey in terms of trophies, it's cricket. Any sport can find a way to out trophy the Stanley Cup. It would be cricket. You've been to trophy presentations in some cricket leagues around this country, haven't you?
Unfortunately, yes, I have.
there is definitely a medal shortage every year around September and October in the USA because of the trophies that are handed out in cricket leagues around the country.
Well, I'm glad that
There's the hammer pull.
I'm glad that the cricket economy is keeping the trophy business in business.
Cricket and hockey. Everybody loves the Stanley Cup. And it looks like we're going to take a little bit of a break here for drinks. So, after 31 overs, the East are 138 for 4, chasing 253 for 6. And it's anybody's game right now. We'll be back soon. And welcome back as Sushant Madani makes a great stop there. Some runs off the first ball since the break. And we have another good stop. Oh, an overthrow, but good backup there. Played along the ground for a single. Over there to long off. And that'll bring Saideep Ganesh on up. Man. That was maybe an attempted hammer sweep there that goes for 4.
A little bit unlucky for Yasir Muhammad. I don't think he'll mind that so much because he didn't middle that by any stretch of the imagination. The top edge on the sweep just swirls past Monank Patel and beats Gajadhan Singh at fine leg and just kept on teasing him to the rope. There was enough topspin on that ball to keep taking it to the rope even though it's going into the wind. But I think Yasir Muhammad would rather that shot played with a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg in place than being driven back over his head because he's got mid-on up in the ring, and even with the long off in place, like we've been talking about, once you get it just a little bit in the air, the ball flies going towards the farthest end of the ground. So if he sees Saideep Ganesh try that sweep shot again, I don't think he'll mind one bit.
Yasir stays with the plan, which is apparently get the batter on the back foot. Oh, big heave.
Another cross-batted heave, and again, close shave for Saideep Ganesh. And you can feel Yasir Muhammad just sniffing closer to a wicket. Can't get it in that over. It's 5 runs from it. 143 for 4 after 32. Where's your money, Nate?
I don't know. I
thought if you're gonna go for the airplane answer, I thought you were gonna say in my wallet right now.
well,
That was the Leslie Nielsen answer.
not really a betting man. But I think it's looking good for USA right now. I think it's looking really good for USA.
I feel like I'm going the other way. Major League Cricket East zone 111 and 18 overs. Even with 4 men down, I still feel like this wicket is so flat. And again, you've got 18 overs, so really 9 where they've got the bowlers bowling into the wind. The wind is going to be at their back. I just feel like USA didn't score enough runs in that first innings and that first 10-over sequence where it was a bit sticky in the wicket and scoring was very difficult. I just think that it's going to be the difference. The toss played a significant role in those first 40 minutes or so of play, and it's going to be, in my perspective, an uphill battle for USA to try and defend this total, but you can never count them out, Nate.
Can't count them out, and Nosh has 3 overs. Yasser's been bowling, has been doing his job from his end fairly well. So, let's see. Nosh will have 3 overs left after this one. There'll be 17 overs left in the game, in the innings, and we'll see what happens. I'm just not sure how many, if USA gets a couple of wickets here, how many more guys can take the East 100 more runs.
You've mentioned it a few times. Zahid Zakhael, formerly of Afghanistan, he's got a very good first-class record in his homeland.
Right.
And he's gotten a few opportunities earlier this month, this last weekend at the tail end of March of the Houston Open. So he's done fairly well recently here on these wickets.
Definitely see some guys in the team who can. Oh, that's 6 right there.
And that
Great
just
shot right there from Saideep.
shows the muscle on Saideep Ganesh hitting into the wind. He's still got enough spinach in his breakfast, Nate. he's got the Popeye muscles to be able to clear the rope over wide long on, going into the wind. Outstanding shot by Saideep Ganesh.
Yeah, about half the way here, it was apparent it was going to go over. Excellent shot by Saideep. USA is going to definitely want to get a wicket here soon. I think if they get a wicket here soon, they'll be in decent shape. The East definitely has some guys that can pile on runs in a hurry, but not too many more that you'd want to count on to go too long, I think. I could be dead wrong.
As long as these two guys don't do anything silly, they've almost run themselves out a few times, and that seems to be the most likely way that USA is going to get a wicket. Don't really see much in it for the bowlers. To me, it seems like if there's going to be a wicket and a breakthrough, it's going to be courtesy of a run out. There've been several close shaves in the last few overs, but each time this pair of Cody Chetty and Saideep Ganesh is able to get through it unscathed.
Saideep Ganesh plays, I believe, for the Grizzlies over in the Bay Area in the minor league cricket, and that is an incredibly difficult division, especially not just it's almost like that's its own subdivision within the division, the Bay Area, the three teams in the Bay Area. All three of those teams, all last season, either of those three teams could have gone quite a distance in the playoffs, and only two could make it. But both of them ended up in the semifinal, facing off against each other, much like Duke and UNC. Except a lot friendlier, less annoying coaches.
I would say coach, singular.
Well, that's
another story for another day, though.
Well, that's the over, and looks like Yasser's staying on. The East are 151 for 4, chasing 253 for 6, and they have 17 overs to do it.
Yeah, I just like the way Major League Cricket East is positioned right now. 103 runs in 17 overs. It's a pretty straightforward equation in one-day cricket on a good batting wicket. It's going to take something really disciplined and superb from the USA Invitational 11 to claw their way back in the field in this contest. And I think they're going to need a run out, whether it's from Kareem Agor or Nastush Kenjige or somebody else.
And there it is.
Well, he made me eat
Caught
my
by
words.
Sushant Madani, very next ball.
So much for the run out.
So much for the run out.
Well, that's what leg spinners do, Nate.
That's right.
Tossing it up, Yasser Muhammad encouraged the drive, and he got it wide enough to have him try and go square the wicket. If he gets it too straight on the stumps, he's going to go back over his head for a 6 over long on or long off. He just teases him outside off stump. We'll try and get a look at the replay and just gets him driving a bit square than he probably wanted with the turn. It's just enough width there, and Sushant Madani at extra cover takes a safe catch at about thigh height. So Saideep Ganesh really gives it away. He was well set. He's on 27 off 32 balls, but unfortunately, he's got to go back after getting a very good start, and it ends the partnership as well.
Right at him, right at Madani there. He's been active the last few overs in the field. I believe he was also the bat pad fielder that got struck in the helmet. So he's had a busy day in the field, and he's come through pretty well. Has Madani for USA there. Johnny on the spot catching that ball right at him, but he did have to reach down and grab that. So there you go. USA got their big wicket that I said they needed to get, that you said that they needed to get.
So much for what I said, though, in terms of how they were going to get it. I thought it was going to come through a run out. It didn't really look to be much in there for the bowlers at this stage of the match.
There's still time. There's still time for run-outs.
This is true.
We still have 16.4 overs. And Yasser Muhammad really earned that wicket, if you ask me. very inexpensive so far. Did it surprise you, Peter, when he was included in the team for the Ireland series when they had to bring in some youngsters due to some COVID situations, and they reached out and Yasser was who they brought? Did that surprise you at all?
I thought the two best candidates would have been him or Raymond Ramerton. And they're both not just good leg spinners. They both can bat reasonably well, but they're both also outstanding fielders. They both offer
absolutely
very, very similar traits. And you could say it was a coin flip between the two of them.
Right.
You look at Yasser Muhammad's stats, and you might think, what's so special about this guy? It doesn't really look like there's anything that stands out on paper. But when you're on the field, you're on the boundary watching him, and when you're in the ground, he just brings a different level of energy to the match. Wherever he's involved, he's got some very unorthodox shots that he plays. He's one of the few guys you'll see, whether at junior level or senior level, who's very confident using the reverse sweep or the orthodox sweep, but definitely the reverse sweep. He's an efficient runner between the wickets. He's excellent in the field. He's high energy in the field. And for a teenager to bowl with as much discipline as he does with his leg spin and in pressure situations like he did against Ireland and against an elevated standard of batting here, that's what really stands out about him. And what does he do? He produces a wicket maiden here at a crucial juncture of the match.
Definitely. You were talking about Ray Ramrotten. Ray, very good fielder, led the minor leagues in catches. I saw both of these. I've seen both of these players up close this year. They're both Yasser and Ray, excellent players. Of course, we're talking about Ray while Yasser's, blowing up the game here. He's ruining the day for the East, and maybe Nosh can keep that going. But yeah, both of them are very good. The big question is which one of the two are more stylish. I think both of them pretty stylish guys.
Well, Yasser's straight out of Central Casting from the Jersey Shore. I feel like he's in some way maybe a cousin of DJ Paulie D.
Oh my goodness! You're not gonna put that on the guy, are you?
And Raymond's got some flair to himself. Absolutely, it's that Jersey style.
Yeah, there you go. And they scamper for a single there.
And why not have that style when they play the way they do, Nate? When you do the things that they do in the field, take some amazing catches, and you can take wickets, and you can bat too. You can create your own style.
And
you can be a trendsetter.
And you're a leg spinner too.
You're a leg spinner. There you go.
The leg spinners, fast bowlers. They're gonna be the stylish guys, or the ones that stick out, I should say. And Nosh is continuing Yasser's efficient bowling.
Zahid Zakhail, he's been really desperate to get off the mark. He's trying to rotate the strike, and Cody Chetty is not really doing him any favors. He's leaning on his bat like the Statue of Liberty of the non-strikers, and he's got to take a better start.
Yeah, but Peter, he knows that you're on comms. He knows that he's going to get the stick from you if he takes off too soon. You're going to be yelling, "Nosh, why aren't you mancating him? Why aren't you running? Sorry, why aren't you giving him the non-striker run out?"
Well, the other question I have for Cody Chetty is, I asked him this yesterday. Explain to me how a dolphin is able to put pads on, and how is a dolphin able to hold a bat with flippers? Because Cody Chetty played for the Dolphins franchise in South Africa. It's on his helmet. It is probably the most unique logo in all of sports, Nate. The dolphin with the pads and the bat. It's a physiological miracle that is yet to be explained by Cody Chetty. One day, maybe he can provide us the answers.
One day, maybe. In the meantime, Nosh just ended the over with just one run allowed. After 35, it's 152 for 5. And Zahid Zakhail, Cody Chetty in the middle, and Zakhail struggling to get off strike. Let's see how he does starting off this next over. And joining me now is Nikhil.
A wicket straight away. Yasser Mohammed. The leg spin yet again. Another X factor. Takes the big wicket of Cody Shetty. And wow, this USA Invitational 11. First runs on the board. Now the pressure is on. 152 for 6. This East team in serious trouble.
First ball of the 35th over, and Yasser continues his hot bowling, having only given up 11 runs so far and earning his second wicket. He certainly deserves this.
There's a good catch taken in the deep. Had to run around. Ridwick Bahira just on the field as a substitute fielder. Ball, as it usually does, follows him. And a well-played innings from Cody Shetty for 39. Trouble, though, for the the MLC East team. So what it does is bring Mohammed Mohsin to the crease to bat with Zahid Zakir. Always a problem when you have two brand new batters, haven't faced many deliveries. Could see there into the deep, into the onside was short. And Ritwik Bahira, look at the celebrations. Did a full lap. Does enjoy his cricket, one of the younger members of this team. Well, goes over the top. That's a big shot. Goes all the way for 6. Mohammed Mohsin making his intent clear. Big maximum. Now what a way to open your account as well. Just too full. Yasser Mohammed just got a wicket, so definitely on a high. Not a bad delivery for a leg spinner, but Mohsin just better to the task. That one went miles. So 158 now for 6. 3, you never know. Mohammed Mohsin very capable. Zahid Zakir. Not a lot of batting left though for this MLC East team. Again, straight down the ground, and again 4 more. 10 in 2 balls for Mohammed Mohsin. Second time Mohammed has flighted just a bit too much. Clearly, Mohsin likes when air is on offer. Just allowed him the time to get under it. Went straight as an arrow. Bullet into the boundary. So just the 4 wickets left for the USA Invitational 11 to gain victory in this Houston challenge. You expect this from the international team. Well, thought about it again. Mohsin, this time though, just hits it into the side. Much better finish. Pulls back that length. Mohsin can't score. So end of the 36th over. An eventful one. 10 runs from it. A wicket. Look at that last ball again. Just the googly. So Bahira will come into the attack. the right arm off spinner. Also listed as a sub today, but because of the rules, USA team allowing to use some of their options in this Houston Challenge Series. Comes from around the wicket. Zakil, yeah, take it off the mark. Usually a pretty powerful batter. Another dot delivery. This is really good from the USA Invitational 11. Just pegging things back here. One stage, they were comfortable. But the wickets they've been able to take has just broken the momentum. Another single down the ground. Very side-on action, Ritvik Behera. Allows him to get those extra bit of revs on the ball. Bit of drift on that one. A lot wider, pushed it wider to Marvin Mohsin. Has to be very careful here. After the last over, we saw Mohsin go 6 and 4. And you think anything in his area too full, he will go after. Oh, really good bowling. Created space for himself, but he followed him. Ritvik Behera just won. I think the next goal now for this US Invitational team will be to get that wicket. End of Behera's first over, just 2 runs. 164 for 6. So 37 overs done and dusted. $90 needed for victory. Just 78 balls, so things getting very tight for the MLC East team. Corner dry, still to bat. We've also got Dane Pete, the captain. The attack. Has been an eventful first day of this huge challenge. Goes straight, and he will get 4. Zahid Zakil finally opens up after 11 deliveries, just clearing that left leg. Sorry, the right leg as a left-hander, and just going down the ground Too full from Rusty Theron. Really struck that one well. Need a lot more of that. The MLC East at least one and over. That required rate now going up to close to 7. You never know. Mohamed Mohsin's already shown that he can play his shots. So, work and thinking for Rusty Theron, Monak Patel to do. Just in his 5th over, Rusty Theron. Still looking for the ball. The fielders. Always a difficulty trying to find the ball in that area. Credit to the minor league though for allowing us to have asset production, 3 cameras able to get the production, SC Tech on the job. So we do have a different ball. .175 for 6, a 4 and a 6 in this over by Zahid Zakil. Looks to go again, almost got it over that keeper. Almost a run out chance for Noshis Kanjige. If he hit, could have been in real trouble. Split into the onside, but Isaiah Zakil took off straight away. Turn out much needed over from the East team. 12 from it, 1 delivery remaining. Goes short, banged in, easy catch, really good short delivery from Rusty Theron. Just what the USA Invitational team were looking for. Mohsin took him on. Mohsin found the fielder. Well direction, short delivery from Rusty Theron. Just so quick, especially on this surface with that bit of live grass, and Mohamed Mohsin in no real position to get under that. Another look at that. Noshis Kanjige taking the catch. Quite easy in the end. So corner dry. Corner Comes to the middle. Run chase probably right in his comfort zone. Will go after the ball regardless of the situation. Still a mighty task for this team to get home from here. Really good over from Rusty Turon. Gets the wicket. So it is expensive, but the main thing is that he's gotten his third. 12 from it and a wicket. 176 for 7. Jaskar Malhotra, part-time option with his off spin. Will come into the attack. Interesting roll of the dice from Monak Patel, given how well Rusty Theron has bowled.
Yeah, I think spin is the name of the game right now for USA, at least in as far as recent performers are.
Find it quite surprising that Ritwik Bahira just given the 1 over for 2 runs out of the attack.
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised to see Jaskaran here. He can bowl. I don't know if this is the right wicket for him, though. Yeah, Jaskaran, he can bowl. He can bowl well. He's bowled well for the Morrisville Cardinals on familiar turf in Morrisville, but he did so in really ideal conditions there for his style of bowling.
Yeah, mainly known as a wicket-keeping option, but has over the years become more of an outfielder.
Yeah, he can drift it away, and his ball does cut in, but he does bowl it a little bit quick for an off spinner.
Yeah, I was impressed though with Bahira. Thought he would have been given another over by the captain. But he had other ideas.
Yeah, Jaskaran loves to bowl around the wicket. He almost exclusively bowls around the wicket.
Well, Mohamed Mohsin brought them back within touching distance. 77 now needed from 70, but you just think someone will have to take on that aggressive attack.
Yeah, Zahid is going to have to stick around, go at about a run a ball right now. And we know Cornet Dry can smash the ball. We know he can really hit the ball. But needing this many runs, it might be a bridge too far.
Especially how late it is in the innings as well. That's what I think shocked me the most about seeing Jaskar Malhotra. But he has bowled well thus far. Another
Well
dot
struck
delivery
there.
So he ends his first over. Sorry, no, 1 delivery remaining. Just the 2 runs. Captain would have asked for much more. Just to keep it very tight. Another dot. Whoa. So good stuff to end the 39th. 178 for 7.
So we'll get to see what Zahid can do here. Hasn't been playing cricket in the U.S. for too long. friendly guy. Nice left-handed batter. We got some good lefties in this country right now. And you saw that in the Ireland T20s when when USA won the first of those two T20s by replacing like for like lefties throughout the innings. Gave the Ireland bowlers some fits. Of course, they adapted very well by the next game, and it didn't seem to bother them anymore.
So Rusty Theron, two similar fast bowlers, one with the ball in hand, one with the bat. Again, big swing from Cornet Dry, just gets a piece of bat on it to save him in the end. Who's going to win this battle, Nate?
Well, Rusty's been bowling pretty well, taking 3 wickets so far. He's got, including this over, he has 3 left out of the remaining. Well, he has 2 left in the final 10 overs. That's pretty good. I think I wouldn't be surprised to see Rusty strike again, considering the hill that the East have to climb here and the aggressiveness that Rusty's known for. I think it's going to take some luck for the East to win from here.
I would think if the USA Invitational team can just get the wicket of Zahid Zakil, that should be curtains on the innings.
Yeah,
barring any blinder.
You would think so. Remaining batters for the East can definitely score, but can they stay long enough to win the game? That's the big question. We do have Aberon Bolasetti, the U19, in the dugout, and that ball is up in the air.
Marshall under it, takes it easily. The hands of Rusty Theron are raised. He takes another, his 4th. And I just mentioned the wicket of Zahid Zakil. They finally got it.
Yeah, there you go. And we have seen X pretty busy in the field today, making a couple of good plays. The very first catch of the innings, which was a diving catch. And then this one, which was pretty much a can of corn right into his hands. And there goes Zahid Zakil.
So it brings Justin Dill to the crease, but now with Zakil gone, all the respected batters, out, you think it'd be very hard from this position for them to win. Just been a complete performance from the USA Invitational 11 with the bat in hand, getting up to that 250, which proved to be so valuable. And mind you, they did have the tougher part of the surface to bat on.
Yes, definitely. Although the first innings, the first half dozen overs or so, maybe first 10 overs or so, the batting surface wasn't as good to bat on as it was at the end of that innings. We have Sorab with three overs in hand. I think it's going to be a good matchup seeing him against these two batters.
Well, Rusty Theron be thinking one thing, full straight out the stumps. Just worked into the onside by Dill for just one. You want to get that 5-wicket haul, Rusty Theron. Just one away now. Been a great performance from him. What has impressed you the most about Rusty Theron?
Rusty impresses me most of the time that he bowls. He impresses me. He's just
consistently good. He, as I said earlier, watching him in minor league cricket, he's a full head above all the other fast bowlers, true fast bowlers in his division.
We'll have to reball that one, though. Or no, you won't. Giving a dot ball.
Yeah.
So a dot to end the over at the end of 40, 180 for 8.
You know, Rusty's one of those players at the end of a tournament, at the end of the minor league cricket season, when you're considering who your 11 is going to be, who's your tournament 11. You think about him before you even look at the stats. He's one of the guys that pops up in your head first. And yeah, he had there were some games he wasn't available, and that's kind of what kept him out of probably a lot of people's tournament 11s. But just as far as his pure class, it's really tough to top him in this country. There are only a few names even in the conversation.
So Malhotra, just the one over from him so far. Back into the bowling attack from around the wicket again. Mana Patel, lightning quick down the leg side. But no foot movement from Dill.
And there's a single. Yeah, just Karan bowling a brief spell like this, he does take some adapting to. And that's really all you need is, at this point in the innings right now, is somebody to just throw you off for a few overs and maybe 2 or 3 overs, and then get him out there by the time the batting adapts to him.
But he's really spearing it in. Just Malhotra, not worried about sort of that spin. Very hard to get the ball to spin when it's that quick.
Yeah, he does sling it in there. And as I said before, he almost always bowls around the wicket. There was a contingent of Morrisville supporters at the airport to meet him when he arrived back from the tour where he scored his 6 sixes in an over against Papua New Guinea. It was great to see that local support show up for him. I was also there documenting it. There are very few communities like Morrisville in the country, and when you have a star like Jaskaran explode like he does, you can only expect support.
Well, he's got in this time. The stumps rocked back, corner dry, had a look for a long time. But Malhotra winning that battle. 1 away now, the U.S. Invitational team from winning this game.
Very full there. Both of these two batters are very tall. Full in at the off stump. Not always the easiest ball to hit when you're tall and long like that, and you stand fairly erect when you bat. So there's a great delivery by Jaskaran to send Corny Dry away before he does any real damage.
So they're all getting in on the wickets. Really good day for the USA men's team. It's Dane Pete.
And Dane can whack the ball himself. He's no slouch of a batter. He only has 9 overs to work with. about 69 runs, it looks like.
Yeah, interested to see how he plays. I think may have just want to see this out. Maybe to the 50th over. But the USA Men's Invitational 11 with another game coming up on Thursday. We'll be looking to wrap things up quickly. It's been a long day in the field.
(7:14 p.m.) Game got a late start. Would it start about 10:45? Was it?
Yeah, did it start due to a wet outfield?
There was no reduction of overs because the whole point of this event is to give the guys some time in the middle in the 50 overs format. As long as the sun's up and it's reasonably visible out there, you can expect that they'll be playing.
Just glance off the legs yet again from Dill. So Dane Pete will face his first delivery. Dane Pete will know Rusty Theron well, both being from South Africa. Would have played for South Africa in about the same time. Just different formats. Dane Pete, the test format, and Rusty Theron, more white ball cricket.
And both of these guys love to talk about cricket. They're both ideal companions in the box.
How does Rusty Theron get the wicket of Dane Pete? Just one more to get for his fifth. Number 11 batter at the crease.
I think he just keeps doing what he does, what he likes to do. I think he just keeps being aggressive and looking for the wicket.
Chance for a run out. Kareem Agor was the fielder, one of the best in the team. If he hit, could have been all over.
We've seen fielders we've seen the runners stop in their tracks when the ball's hit to Karima on either side of him today. We've seen potential singles passed up because everybody knows how much of a threat he is for a run out. And there he had a good chance and just missed. There's a slower short ball right there.
Yeah, good delivery. So just looking to wrap things up, the USA Invitational 11, but you have to think they'll be very happy with the way they have gone about things today, Nate.
Yeah, you have to think so. They started well and they finished well. And both of those things are very important. And that looks like the over there. 186 for 9 after 42.
So Nate, we've had a full day of cricket here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex, PV5. What have you enjoyed the most about day one of this Houston Challenge?
Well, for me, I think a lot of it is I've wanted to come here to this ground for a while. A lot of things happened here in 2021. It was pretty much the MVP of 2021 in American cricket, this ground, this facility. And so I wanted to come here and see this ground. Now that I've seen it, I definitely enjoy it here. So that's probably the number one thing for me is just actually being here. I think what's impressed me is the USA using the wind well with the ball. Well, that one stayed low there.
Kareem Agor back into the attack. So the wicket from Malhotra. But I think Monak Patel trying to just shuffle things around with his bowlers, keep everyone fresh.
Yeah. And I've liked his aggressiveness.
How often do we see this, though? The last wicket, always such a difficult one to get. Just draws you out. And the U.S. with other games to come up in this week, we'll be looking to wrap things up. Is this it? No, it's not. It's a big hit from Dane Pete. Just full. Looked so lifeless with the bat, but it did go all the way quite comfortably.
He really likes that shot. I'm sure the Cardinals, Morrisville Cardinals, will be happy to see him unleash that this year. They're going to need a lot more of those, though, to chase down this total with only 7 overs and some change left. I've been impressed by the bowling from both teams, to be honest.
Yeah, it has been impressive. I think the USA Invitation 11 probably a bit more impressive, which is why they're in this position. Just 1 wicket needed to win the game. That will end the 43rd. Just a 6 and 2 singles. 8 from it, 194 for 9.
So, Nick, do you think they would have? Do you think the East would have wanted to have another fast bowler in the attack today, considering how they started?
I think they could have helped, but when you look at sort of the options that they did have, Justin Dill, Cornet Dre, I think maybe one more to go with Abiram Bolisetti could have been really fruitful for them, given the way Rusty Theron has bowled his 4 wickets. And he won't come back into the attack. It will be Jasdeep Singh. So Mona Patel trying to rotate his bowlers.
The most interesting choice today was bowling of Zahid Zakhail for the East. The decision to bowl him when he's seems to be much more of a batter. And there were other spin options in the team. So that interested me. And his few overs, he did get knocked around a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Was tad expensive.
6.33 economy is not the worst, that's for sure. It could be a lot worse than that. That's not miserable by any stretch. But it did stand out amongst the East bowling. You know, if you get a wicket and you do that, that's a pretty good day. But there was no wickets there. Meanwhile, USA's most expensive bowler is Kareem Gore today at 6.6 economy without a wicket. Meanwhile, Saurabh, Rusty, Jasdeep have all bowled fairly economically. So the fast bowling has been excellent for USA today.
Yeah, definitely red condition as well.
Good stop by X Marshall there on a ball that was going to spin away from him. This game has taken quite some time, and we still have 6+ overs left. It has been a long day. Oh! That one jumped up on the bat there. And if Gore couldn't get to that, nobody was going to.
Yeah, did rise. But just evaded Kareem Gore. So again, this last wicket partnership causing some problems for the USA Invitational 11. Don't think they're going to win, but they are keeping them in the field for a bit of extra time. Just wonder when we will see the shackles broken. Maybe one of these 2 batters taking on the bowling. Did see Dane Pete hit that big 6 from Kareem Gore in the last over. But Dill does take it on and takes it on well. Just too short, and there's no real threat when it's short in this surface. Side up, easy hit for Justin Dill.
Yeah, that just wasn't a very good ball there. And Dill put that away baseball style. Right to mid-wicket. Didn't even really have to hit that incredibly well. Just there was nobody in that portion of the ground. Easy runs.
So the 200 also comes up with that boundary.
Very full delivery, nice delivery right there. Yorker length. And Dill fights that one off. You'll remember Justin Dill got bowled by that in-swinging excellent delivery by the Silicon Valley Strikers. Left arm in-swinger, whose name escapes me all of a sudden.
Well, he goes again, this time though just down the ground.
It was Kulvinder Singh. You'll remember Kulvinder Singh from the minor league final. And his in-swinging left arm deliveries to the righties were brutal. They were just dangerous. So I wonder if Saurabh Netravalkar is remembering that and wanting to get a little action right now.
Yeah, possibly, and the resilience that these two have shown so far has been very impressive.
And that's just an easy single to the deep point region.
They'll be looking to wrap things up very soon. The USA Invitational 11 side. Another flashy drive down the ground. Just prolonging the early end to this innings.
And you've got 50 runs away from victory right now for the East. You know, they might not hate this spot if they only had about 5 or 6 loss right now.
Yeah, and you have to give credit to the USA men's national team for being able to take those wickets, because I think without that early setback, the early continuous wicket-taking deliveries, the East would be in a really good position at the moment.
Yeah, you have to think that the East would have wanted to have one more early wicket when Cornet Dry and Justin Dill were bowling so well at the start of the first innings. There were a few big appeals there. And had they gone the other way, we might be looking at a different situation.
Yeah, and you must give credit to the USA bowling. 206 for 9, the way they were able to fight back and just strike at key intervals in this innings is what was really put them in this position. End of the over, 206 for 9.
Yeah, the Cody Chetty, Milan Kumar partnership there looked very dangerous. It was the brightest spot of hope for the East, and it was quite a bright spot at that while it lasted. It lasted 46 runs. But that was probably their most threatening, easily their most threatening partnership there.
Yeah, again, these two, though, taking time away from this innings. Just 5 overs left. Probably be looking to bat the remaining 5. Still in with a chance. You never know.
You never know.
47 more needed from the final 5 overs. It's possible, but for a number 11 and last wicket partnership, you don't expect it.
Now, and the breeze is always an issue here, and you got to think right now, batting with the wind to your back, this is an over that you have to score.
Jasdeep Singh will be looking to add to his tally before this game is over. Goes short, then Pete. Looking to cut, just be a couple of runs. And if you're the U.S., even though, yes, the number 11 batters at the crease, number 10 and 11 already, you don't want to play around with this too much because we have seen these sort of run chases where it gets close towards the end and then someone pulls off a miracle.
That's true. That's very true. You don't want to take this lightly at all. You want your fielders to be in the game. You don't want them to take a nap and have the ball come to them and have them drop it. So you're going to want to talk. You're going to want to keep your team on their toes. It's really, really easy to fall into a trap that, oh, we've got this game.
We'll try for the Yorker. Jasdeep Singh. Somehow Dane Pete keeps it out. Just haven't been able to penetrate through this defense of the last wicket partnership.
So it's nice to look around the ground and see some of the USA fielders stretching and trying to keep themselves in the game right now. Much like you do after you drop a ball or after you misplay a ball, you got to stretch and make sure you're ready for the next one. Sometimes people do that preactively in the middle of the late overs of a game just to wake themselves up and say, hey, I'm in this game. I got to be ready for the ball. Here it comes. It's tough to stay dialed in for 50 whole overs.
Looking towards the onside Justin Dill. Another single, so the ones and twos won't win it for them at this stage. Need to hit boundaries. But it does show up some of the other batting order. The fact that the last 2 wickets have been able to put on this type of runs. And when you look at the scorecard, Nate, it starts from pretty much all of their batters. No one able to kick on. That was the main problem for the East team. Whereas for the U.S. Invitational setup, they had Xavier Marshall in the 68, as well as Aaron Jones, who got 70 not out.
Right. Just about every batter for the East got off to a start. Just about every one of them got off to a start. Everybody scored at least 10 runs except for Corne Dry. But getting off to a start is one thing. Cashing in on the start is another. Sometimes it takes a while to get off to a start. And then if you get out immediately, your strike rate is 50 and you got off to a start. But your team now is in a little bit of a hole. And that seemed to happen quite a lot today for the East. Going for that Yorker length there.
Another big heave into the onside. Still just one. Good close out from Jasdeep Singh. Ends the 46, 2-11 for 9.
Looking back, Saeed Ganesh got a great start. Third highest scorer of the innings, the youngster. Scoring 27 off 33. He came in scoring right away and scoring at a good pace right away. But Yasser Muhammad's economical bowling spell Got to him at the end.
So the captain, Saurabh Netravalkar, comes back into the, not the captain at all, sorry, the former captain. That's what happens when you do 100 overs of cricket, Nate. You just, the mind, you know, loses it. Netravalkar, just the 23 runs from the 7 overs. But the captain goes back to him, looking for that final breakthrough. Really carrying this down to the end, the MLC East team. And I just think it happens every single time in a cricket game. Last wicket pair, put up this resilience and make things very interesting.
It certainly happens more times than not. And it's very frustrating when you're playing and the other team just refuses to lay down or just won't give you that last wicket. Right through him there.
Another swing and a miss.
This is where Saurabh is at his best. In the death. He has an awful lot of room for error right now. But when we see a focused Saurabh Netravalkar in the death, it's really a sight to behold.
Straight up. But again, we'll fall into no man's land. That's the type of luck these two have had at the crease. Would have expected that to be taken, but instead there was no mid-wicket fielder, so just fell into no man's land. Frustration continues for the USA Invitational 11.
And Justin Dill, also South African. Batting from the forest end. Four balls to go in the over.
Good start from Kenjige. Just another valuable dot delivery. Still looking for that final wicket. They've been looking since the 40th over. This Invitation 11. You can see the frustration on their face. Wanting this to be over. Pretty much 1 foot in the door in terms of victory. Oh, makes things worse. Rubs salt in the wounds. Inside edge. And goes down to the boundary.
Dill just shuffling up to the ball, trying to make something happen. Trying to create a good length for himself to hit. Saurabh so good at bowling an uncomfortable length.
His consistency working to his detriment because he's so good at finding that length. Became a bit predictable. Justin Dill able to chip down and make it into a full delivery. And even though he didn't quite get it, he got the result that he required. So 5 from the over. Can they find another boundary just to make things slightly interesting? Just be a single.
Yeah, things could get interesting here with the 6. We've got 19 balls to go.
Well, in the air, but just out of the reach of Kenjige. Direct hit. Also could have been gone. He's a really good fielder, not just Kenjige.
Known for his fielding and his fitness and his hard work. And taking wickets with the ball.
Ends the over. 2:17 for 9.
This USA unit have some excellent fielders in the squad, especially when Stephen Taylor's in the team, who should arrive tomorrow, we've been told. It makes a big difference to have guys like Kareem Agor on your team, Nash Kanjigi, Steven Taylor, Jeskar Malhotra's a good fielder himself. Also another wicket keeper.
Just a three over his left. Jasdeep Singh again. And he's got in this time. The stump out the ground. That will be the game. And the USA Invitational 11 wins this one in convincing manner.
And that's Justin Dill. Hold over, great ball. Nipped in a bit. Or angled in a bit.
And hits the leg stump. Which means that the Invitational 11 win the first game of this Houston Challenge. Quick look at the scorecard. You can see start from everyone. Cody Shetty top scored for them, but no one able to really kick on, which is what made it difficult.
You have to think if one of the top 5 batters had clicked, this could be a very different game.
In terms of the bowling card, as you see the handshakes, 4 for 41 to standout for Rusty Theron, 2 apiece for Noshis Kenjige and Yasser Muhammad, who was impressive, and 1 for Jasdeep Singh to close and Jaskar Malhotra. So a pretty impressive day for the Invitational 11. Do join us tomorrow as we return for this Houston Challenge where we've got 2 brand new teams in action. See you then.